make my comment really fast. I've been fascinated with corellic radiation. The Russians did the study of corellic photography, and believe it should be quantum entangled. And do believe that the Shroud of Turin is a burst of corellic radiation.
Because of all the glitz and glamour and you might not have a big lifestyle, but get off
that would explain it, but it's not very much. I'm going to be candid with you. A lot of that goes over my head. I'm not a physicist. I'm a professional photographer with a lot of experience in scientific, medical, and technical photography, but the quantum arena is far beyond my scope. And I'm one of those few people that comes on your show, George, that's smart enough to say, I don't know. All right, definitely thank you for that. Well, if it's not a pain, if it's not a hope, and if it's not the resurrection discharge from Jesus, what else could it be?
Honestly,
like I said, we don't have enough data that exclude the natural mechanism, and there are some theories that have been proposed and that are,
so I had a
some
little
of
bit
them
of a
have
take
been
for it, and
tested,
it's kind of
some of them are being tested, that would show that there has to be a chemical reaction. Now,
they have a lot of really
I
nice
don't know the answer, and that's why I said I don't know a moment ago, but I do believe that there is a possibility that there is a natural explanation for this thing. Even if it's a natural explanation, this is such a unique moment that this image was formed, that even if it was formed naturally, I mean, does God need to go outside the universe and create it to make an image on a piece of cloth? That's the question. And so I firmly believe that whether we know the answer or not, whether we find the answer or not, maybe the value of the shroud isn't so much to answer our questions, but instead to make us ask the questions.
Much more
because
like a
it's led a lot
suburb
of people to their faith.
I would say, or it's becoming more that. I mean, wow, I would say half the population of Las Vegas is probably from California, and because of that, there's still a lot of huge tide of the Southern California area.
And not one of them has come close to duplicating an image with the same properties that have been documented scientifically on that piece of cloth. So I just don't think that there's a simple answer to
I
this.
could even see,
But
especially
if it were
if you
simple,
have
how long do you think it would have
perhaps
taken our
train
team of
proposal,
eminent
like
scientists
high speed
to
rail
discover
to Las
things and
Vegas
pigments
to
could be
really
done?
lower the amount of
10
time
minutes,
that
a half hour,
would take,
you know,
so that you don't
out of
spend,
it. And that's not the case. So I think maybe a lot of the people on our team, including myself, were a little bit surprised when we came back, unable to answer the one question we went to ask. We can tell you what it's not, but we don't know of a mechanism that created an image properties at this moment in time.
then that's just going to improve things as well. So I really see
Well, you know,
Las Vegas
I
itself
think that
basically
it's
becoming more part
because
of Southern
I've
California
been
than
open to the science, because my involvement comes from the sciences, because I was a member of the only scientific team ever to examine it. My gut tells me that we don't have enough data to answer that question. Let's go to Walt, Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hey, Walter, go ahead. Hi, George. Hey, Walt. George, the carbon-14 analysis of the shroud switched at the late 13th to early 14th century. George, that is exactly, if you study art, that is the pre-Renaissance Gothic period. To me, it's obvious that the shroud was produced during that period by possibly the two great pre-Renaissance painters, Machado and Cimabue. George, it's a image. George, I don't want to be irreverent, but it looks like words from the Addams family. There's so much of like a Frankenstein type image where George, later in the Renaissance, when you had Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, they made the human body in a much more anatomically relaxed and natural manner, as is done in the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo. As far as Barry said that it's not a painting, well, George, to me, and no pigment was useful, George, to me, it's a blood painting. It was painted in type A blood. George, hemoglobin is a pigment. And as far as, to me, obviously that shroud suited itself sun. It was displayed in the sunset centuries, and this probably gave rise to the
absolutely
previous
nothing.
college
It really makes you realize how big a state Nevada and Las Vegas and California are. And there's so much space out there. Perhaps could be developed if we could develop it. And especially that area between Las Vegas and Southern California. So really a huge place. And right now you have a big number of cities like Baker, Barstow, but that's about it. And then another thing that I think would be really big actually is WASP. Are you familiar with WASP?
And we had every sexual characteristics of every patient taken around. Part of it being blood, we would have
so as I understand, it's like a little Las Vegas. And with sin as well. I think sin might be something that might have
anywhere else on the clock. So I can't
decide. And the reason why is because there's some California legislation that will basically make some type of trucking within the state of California illegal, like using trucking. You won't be able to register some. But you might be able to in Nevada, which might create little outskirts right near the border, like you have in Lake Tahoe, like you have so that people they have to work with kind of like the cities, or maybe more than
to be careful and to do good science, and I have become a spokesman for that science, so I'm going to stay within that realm, and I leave the supernatural to those who want to go there. Certainly I understand that, I certainly respect that, but I do not believe that we yet have enough data to answer that question, and that chemical reaction I mentioned earlier is still a viable possibility. Some additional tests have been done recently, and you can find papers on our website that talk about that particular Maillard reaction is what it's called, and I still think that that has not yet been excluded as a possibility. With today's technology, that we'll test it again, what kind of conclusions could we come up with? Well, I think we could certainly answer the question about the blood and determine whether it is in fact type 18 to a scientific certainty.
Have you seen the research in COVID?
More in-depth analysis both spectrally and using other imaging techniques that give us more data. But I think that basically the fundamental question, is this something manufactured or is this something that occurred or supernaturally, if you will? And I don't think we can answer that question 100% right now. And what techniques could you use back then to create the negative-looking effect?
Sure. Well, in California, my license is on my biography, and actually on Paramount Street, in California, 93.4. I see my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I really have no fear. You can always watch my life 24/7 on YouTube.
Actually soaked the cloth in a silver salt, exposed it using a camera obscura, and created an image of a statue that was standing in front of his camera obscura, and did a beautiful job. But if you compare his results, and by the way, there's a paper on our website that I wrote that does compare his results to the shroud, you can see that his has a clearly defined edge. You can see the directionality of the light in his photographically made image. None of that exists on the shroud. The shroud is dramatically different than an image made photographically. And if, according to this gentleman, his technique was what was used, we would find silver permeating that cloth everywhere, and we didn't find any. So I think that we've excluded these things to a scientific certainty, and the science is there, published for everybody to see. Let's go to Gina Maria, west of the Rockies, state of Washington. Hey, Gina, go ahead.
Hello, love and peace and healing, and God bless everyone in everywhere. I have 3 points to make. I'll be quick. And the third one is one to concise. So the Shroud of Turin apparently was, I had heard that it was repaired by nuns, I believe about in that time that you spoke of. When it was burned, it was folded, and so kind of all the 4 edges burned. And, when it was repaired, and I believe that's the part that might have been tested, like you said, the thread of the repair.
It was near one of the repairs, but not actually one of the repaired areas.
thing was, there is a girl, her name is Akiana, and with a K, Primaret. She's a famous artist. She started painting when she was 6. She started having visions of heaven when she was 4. And when she was 8, she came to see myself, and it's called The Prince of Peace. The little boy came to heaven because he died and came back. Of all the paintings he was shown, he said, they kept asking, was this Jesus? And he said, not quite right, but that's it. So you can take a look at that painting, Prince of Peace, The Resurrection.
I'm familiar with it. I've seen that.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. His eyes. Oh my God.
Artwork, yep.
And then the third thing is I had once been shown a piece of paper, and on a piece of paper was a negative of Jesus, that was somebody. You can look this up on the internet and find it and print it out, whatever, and do this. But when you look at it for, about 25 seconds, and then you close your eyes, you see the inverse of the negative, or a perfect image of Jesus in your third eye.
That's correct. That's called persistence of vision. It's something that the human eye, and perhaps other animals, but the human eye, it's why watching a film with 24 frames going by per second, because of the persistence of vision, you don't see the separate frames, you just see continuous motion. So we studied that, we're familiar with that, and what that does, and I have seen this many times, if you stare at it for, like you said, for a good half minute or so, and then look even at a blank wall and blink your eyes, you'll see the inverse.
The image shows the depiction of what we have been told Jesus probably looked like. Would you agree, Barry?
Yeah, I think that there's a reason for that, and we can look at certain coinage from the 4th and 5th centuries and other artwork. It looks to me, and to many other art experts, that the shroud was the basis for the depiction of Jesus over the centuries. If you look, the first image of Jesus looking like the man of the shroud with the split beard, longer hair, is in the Colosseum Catacombs in Rome in about 285 AD, if I remember correctly. And before that, Jesus was always depicted either bald-headed or with a laurel wreath or crown of thorns, if you will, around his head. And so I think that, look, the shroud, they couldn't come running out of the tomb of the shroud and say, look what we found. It violates the Jewish laws. It's supposed to be buried with the body because it contains blood. And secondly, it contains an image which to this day both Jews and Muslims don't permit. So they couldn't come out and go, look, we found this. It had to be hidden away. And where was it for 250 years? We really don't know where it was. Apparently hidden away, but by about 285 AD, we start seeing depictions of Jesus looking like the man of the shroud. And many art historians believe that the shroud serves as a model for those depictions.
I was going to say, what came first, pictures of Jesus or the shroud, which showed us pictures of what could be Jesus?
Yeah, I think I would have to answer the shroud.
Well, that's pretty fascinating all by itself.
Yeah.
What happened to the shroud? Assuming there was a resurrection, the body's gone. The robe or the shroud is left in the tomb. Who gets it? Who takes it?
Well, you would think that the disciples who already understood that they were sort of outlaws and had broken many of the laws and had sort of become outcasts from the Jewish tradition, they would have taken it and hidden it. And there's a couple of papers written by Aldo Zaretsky, an Italian photographer who lives in Turin, from Turin, and he made a replica shroud, and he took it and he rolled it up and put it into a tall clay jar and allowed some moisture to accumulate in the bottom of it. And when he was done and he pulled that out, there were water stains on his replica, matching almost identically the water stains on the Shroud of Turin. And his theory is that at some point in its history, it was rolled up and hidden in a clay jar, perhaps in a whole room full of clay jars, that and perhaps even got forgotten about for a while. And so there is evidence that at some point in its history it was stored that way, and some of the water stains on that cloth came from the condensation of moisture within those olive jars, within that olive jar. And I think if you go to our website and find his paper and read it, you'll see he makes a very good case that those particular stains on the shroud are an indication of it being stored that way at some point in history.
Barry, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast Day. Insiders. The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm in the KFI 24-hour news, and the city of LA has unveiled a plan to ramp up pothole repairs and reimburse qualified people whose vehicles were damaged by potholes that have opened up during the months of heavy rain. Nearly 3,000 potholes were reported in LA in January alone. A federal regulatory group has voted to officially close King salmon fishing season along much of the West Coast after near record low numbers of the fish, also known as Chinook, returned to California rivers this year. Biologists say the Chinook salmon population has declined dramatically after years of drought. Foreign actress Stormy Daniels says she would absolutely testify against former President Trump if the criminal case tied to hush money payments made to her goes to trial. Daniels says she's the only one telling the truth. Trump pleaded not guilty earlier this week to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Southland weather from KFI clearing the sunny skies tomorrow with highs in the upper 60s to mid-70s, about the same for Saturday. It's 54 in Mission VA, Hill 57 in Tustin. We lead local in KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy Shane.
In Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 60 east south of Vinland to Road St. Boulevard. 3 right lanes to shut down for road work. You're seeing delays throughout that area. Off Orange, this is on the 105 westbound connected to 405 southbound. We have fluid crews from an earlier patch blocking that transition road. You're seeing delays as you approach. In Orange, there is a work zone. It's on the 110 southbound front of the Boulevard GTH. 2 right lanes here to be shut down for road work. KFI, the Sky helps get you this out there by Van.
This report is sponsored by Insperity, providing scalable HR services, access to better benefits, payroll, and HR technology for over 35 years. Insperity's mission is to help businesses succeed so communities prosper. Insperity, HR that makes a difference. Visit Insperity.com. The How's Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another essential night for us. The curious Ron Stevens is struggling with his CPAP. His wife Michelle is trying to engage the ratings. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaning for the couch. You should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspire the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no host. Just learn more at InspireSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talking about the sleep is right for you and will be important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
640, more stimulating talk. We are here to spread love and power. What? It's not everyone's fault. It's a critical hole. Great thing about it, because this is just a random conversation they take among these LA City Council members. A random one. Done again, because they're phonies, they're frauds, they're fake. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The woman next to me was probably in her 70s, sitting there all prim and proper and quietly talking to her husband and what she gets to do, and then all of a sudden Trick comes on stage and she's freaking 24 and she says, "Pop comes on, she's showing her candy to the stage." And I'm like, who are you?
Gary and Janet.
It's very cool to see people who claim their youth at a show.
Yeah. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I found the Lord for me. Darling, just dive right in. Follow my lead.
I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. You were just simply fell in love, not knowing what is what. I will let you your heart is so light, and in your eyes, your voice is mine. Baby, dancing in the dark, you between my arms, barefoot on the grass. Listening to our favorite song. When you say you love the best, I whispered underneath my breath. But it's not you.
To talk to George Nori, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George9731. Send George text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori.
Next hour, Bill Phillips joins us, Soul Searching. Tune into Spirit and awaken your inner wisdom. Get ready for that on Coast to Coast. We'll come back in a moment with Jerry Schwartz to take final calls as we talk about the stories as well. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? Lots of people are doing.
I'm a Coach Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM. Hi, it's Teresa. I love being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics from coast to coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizons.
So give it a try. It's 15 cents a day. A couple ways to sign up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com, right there at the homepage, right at the top. You would Insider, sign up that way. Download our free Coast to Coast AM app to your phone, and you can sign up that way as well by clicking profiles and subscriptions. And if you live in Canada and worldwide, you now can become a Coast Insider to take advantage of that. Now here's something for you to get some rest and be strong.
HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus helps you fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. It elevates in the morning for energy and focus, then accelerates weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up, use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this. I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%. I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy. Tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds. Instantly, my family has me back.
This George's Power Pack. Accelerate and elevate, including free gifts to Slim for daytime weight maintenance. Plus, free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, elevate, free gifts to Slim, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at HealthyLooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a master set.
The Mattress X can improve your abilities dramatically, and it's a must-have for every responsible young owner. The Mattress X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence in their ability to protect. You attach the Mattress X to your firearm and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to connect and correct your technique. Mattress X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, with 94% improving within 20 minutes using the Mattress X. And the best part is, you can do this conveniently at home. The best in the world who drive fire practice at home, and the Mattress X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You save a ton of money and improve. Get the bearings at mattressx.com. That's mattressx.com. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill in straight-on action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in your line of sight. iWagon, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, codenamed Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggett Jr. Join them at iWaggett.com. That's iWaggett.com.
That's the two people letting me know that he's trying to convince us he's gone insane, therefore incapable of being expert. From the people 15, Edward, not heard the case. I listen to him. He has no control. It's time to tell me what it is that we'd like you to do. If there is, we did all hundred of the next thing to tell her to give you the devil for you.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Barry Schwartz with us. Barry, we still don't know how the Egyptians made the pyramids. Will we ever figure out how the Shroud of Turin was made?
Well, George, it's a tough question to answer. If further testing is allowed, perhaps we might get a little closer to an answer. But perhaps the best thing about the Shroud is that it remains a mystery. It's what attracts people to it, not just people of faith, but people of science, people interested in history, or people just interested in something that's quite a mystery. So whether or not we ever get the answer, I'm not sure that I'll be around to see the answer, George.
I sure hope you will be. We need you, Barry.
Well, thank you, George. I appreciate that.
Let's go to Jason in Olympia, Washington. Welcome to the show. Hi, Jason. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for taking my call, George, and God bless you and your team.
Thank you.
And yeah, 100%. And thank you so much, Barry, for all your research. For a layman here, up here in Olympia, Washington, I'm 100% behind you. What you've done as far as your research and the work, it's just such a blessing for us who are really looking for the truth. And my question for you is the Shroud of Turin, another representation of Jesus' presence on this planet. I mean, it's just such a fascinating topic, and we, as believers, I'm one, and we do so much work trying to really find the truth, and I'm a believer and a big faith guy, and God, at some point, faith breaks at a point, and then you look at the data, and the data supports everything of what you're saying. Science breaks through at some point, and everything that you're talking about, it's really hard for folks that just go on faith to be like, hey, it's just faith. No, the data's behind it. There's hard facts there. I mean, it's representative what you're saying there with the DNA the time capture, the PowerPoint. I mean, it, good Lord, you know. So I really appreciate all your work, and I just, you know, it's mind blowing that some people can't grab onto this. So I really believe what you're saying there is the truth.
Want to react to some of that, Barry?
Well, I just want to say this, that, you know, people question why me, a Jewish guy, is involved with the shroud, even though it's a Jewish burial shroud of a Jewish man. And I can tell people, because I'm not a Messianic Jew, nor have I converted to anything, but I always tell people that I can accept the existence of the historical Jesus of Nazareth, and considering that his life and his influence is felt more today than it was when he was alive, I can look at that and I can accept that we have an artifact. It makes sense that someone of that stature, that his burial shroud would be preserved. And so I can accept that. But whether or not Jesus was the Messiah or the prophesied Messiah, as it says in the Old Testament, that's a separate question. And my involvement is about a piece of cloth, and not so much what it means to people as to what we know about it. As it says on the front page of Shroud.com, that we believe that given the facts, you have to make up your own mind about this.
Just about everybody really is convinced that Jesus lived.
Sure.
They just don't know whether he was the Son of God or not.
Exactly. That's the Jewish position, basically. And look, I even asked the rabbi, I said, well, why is it that the Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah? And they said, well, if you read the prophecies, it says that when he comes, there'll be world peace. And obviously there was not world peace 2,000 years ago. And Christians believe in the second coming, and that's when world peace will arrive. And so the Jews are still waiting while the Christians are waiting for the second coming. Jews are still waiting for the first.
A lot of the Bible is pretty accurate, I would say, if not most of it. If that's the case, why fudge about the resurrection?
Well, I don't know if it's being fudged about. I just think that because I've approached this, and remember what my background is, I've approached this purely from the scientific point of view. That's an issue, as I said earlier, that we really can't address. But as we said, there's no scientific test for Christmas, and he was right about that. So but the beauty of the shroud is it's there, and it's there for anybody and everybody that's interested in it. And whatever it means to each person is a personal thing, and the answer to the faith that it represents is within each person who looks at it, not on the cross, it's in our own heart. And I believe Jesus is the one who said that, or words to the effect that the kingdom of God is within us. So I think it's incumbent upon each of us to sort of reach that conclusion for ourselves. And it's different for different people.
So to John and Lexington, Kentucky, welcome to the program. John, go ahead.
Hi, George. King of the airways, not president. King of the airways. And Tina, you're a beautiful person if you're listening. Thank you so much. George, thank you for taking my call. Barry, gosh, what a wonderful thing to be able to look at the image of the shroud that was marked by Joseph of Arimathea. And my question is, and this man was with beyond recognition. It says here, sealed by his stripes, and through his holy blood we are cleansed. But my question is, I really think that it is possible, and I'm looking at the shroud now on Google at a vertical position, and it looks like that those nails were driven right through those carpal bones, right above the radius and the ulna, and below, if it was driven through the metacarpals that would slip on through, by the way, that's good. That carpal area, if it's clustered with bones, and in my opinion, that thick iron nail that went in that area. What is your answer on that? And thank you, George, and bless you. And Cornelius, I wish you on the rapture. And God bless you all. Well, good question, and here's the thing. And again, we're on radio. I can't demonstrate visually, but I can tell you this. Take your thumb and your little finger and put them together and look at your hand, and you'll see that the two fleshy parts of your palm are divided by kind of a groove that runs from the wrist up into the center of the palm. That's called the finger furrow, and that would be a logical place to drive a nail at an angle where we only see on the shroud the exit wound of the crucifixion nail in the hand, and that's where it shows it. So it's still in the palm. Some people have objected to the idea
about an inch towards the wrist from the center of the palm, but it's still in the palm. And that is, as you pointed out, that would be a place where the nail would be driven in and it would be very difficult to pull your hand loose, where if it were at the center of the palm, there wouldn't be much there to stop the hand from somebody being strong enough to rip their hand loose from the nail. So I agree with the caller, and I think that that's the correct answer.
Norman's been saying, Lord, take it away, no arms ahead.
Hey, great show again. Yeah, I appreciate all your efforts there. So I was curious, I was going to ask that question if that converted you or changed your faith or anything, but I see it didn't. But no big deal. I'm a Christian, but I was raised in a half Christian, half Jewish home. My father was Jewish, my mother was Catholic, but I guess it's the old argument. You want to argue with the woman if you want to argue, or you want to be right, or you want to be happy. So, yeah, just for that one. But at this point, you're very happy to answer over them, sir.
Thank you so much.
On Jesus, so, something I wanted to say was, along with humans in the history of mankind, I would have to conclude that Jesus was probably the most popular, I would say, if you asked 1,000 people if they'd heard of Jesus, 990 would know heard of him. If not all, of course, that. Jesus was mentioned in the Korean Surah Allah, and the Prophet Muhammad are mentioned in the Bible, but that said, as far as the resurrection goes, I'd be willing to bet the national debt that one thing no one's ever going to find is the bones of Jesus.
Well, I couldn't argue with that, and I understand your point. I agree.
Didn't they find the bones of one of Jesus' friends?
Well, they have found the remains now of two crucifixion victims. Dale Hannon, I think, in 1963, and more recently in England, they found the remains of crucifixion victims. They showed the nails that were driven through the side of the ankles into the center of the sightings of the cross. And so, most people look at the shrouds and say, well, it looks like it might have been 3 nails, maybe it was 4 nails. There's still a debate among shroud scholars as to how many nails. And my question has always been, does it really matter? Look what they did,
Will we ever find the Ark of the Covenant?
Well, I always say I Steven Spielberg's back. I think he's the one that stashed it away somewhere.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Next up, let's go to Jim. North New Delaware. Hey, Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, George, the first show is Good Friday here on the East Coast.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, I don't know why nobody saw this program in the 90s. They was actually the blood from the shroud came back with the verdict that it is female proving God's believers get a child, virgin shall conceive and bear a son. That's a miracle, because a virgin can only bear a daughter. It's good.
I'm not familiar with that. According to the one DNA analysis, which, by the way, was never published in a scientific journal, so it's only anecdotal at best, they determined male human normal chromosomes. There was a gentleman who claimed that Jesus would only have half the normal chromosomes. Sorry, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. And he also said he found the Ark of the Covenant, but I have seen no evidence of that. So the way I see it, there are some questions that the shroud just can't answer. And, some of these deeper questions, really, I think you have to kind of look within yourself, or perhaps speak to a priest or a minister or a rabbi and discuss it with them. My position on this comes from examining a piece of cloth. So I'm limited to what knowledge I've gained from that piece of cloth. And I understand the Christian viewpoint, how significant this is to my Christian brothers and sisters. And so I try to be as respectful as I can, but I've also kept my own position, and I'm very open about that, as I have shared in this program of where I stand, that My beliefs are that this is kind of an important signpost for people, but the answer to faith is more within us than it is on that cross. Let's get first-time caller Catherine in Los Angeles. Hi, Catherine.
Hello, how are you? I'm really grateful to be on the show. I thought about calling sometime and I never got through.
Well, you made it. We only got a minute and a half, but go for it.
Okay, well, let me tell you really quickly. I actually did do the trial. It was on display in La Jolla at Fifth Institute in about 1980.
That was the reference. That wasn't the actual trial. Roughly. That's the reference.
Okay, well, it's okay, baby. But I have your preliminary results of the 1978 Robert investigation. I have that. So, and I wanted to say that I just wanted to ask you if you heard of a man called Paul C. Ronaldo DePill.
Not ringing a bell. Who is he, Catherine?
Well, he claimed to have examined the trial. He said it was not a double negative, but a triple negative. And he painted a picture from the trial. He painted it with his fingers, and it was just breathtaking. It was just terribly perfect. Something you thought you'd never forget. And I understand when he died, he left all his belonging to the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, and of course that was a rabbit hole, and nobody, I don't know, I wasn't able to find out what happened to that painting, but I thought it should have been displayed somewhere in a church or something.
Good point. They're we're out of time. I want you to give out your website.
Okay, the website is www.shrouds.com.
And let me quickly take this opportunity to wish all of your listeners either a blessed Easter or a joyous Passover. Barry, I have enjoyed talking to you over the years. You've just done a remarkable job with this conference. Just thank you. Well, thank you, George. Thanks for having me back on the program. And do me a favor, and you see Tom tomorrow, tell him I said hi. You got it. Very short. Erwin Shroud is the name of the book. Up next, Bill Phillips joins us. Soul Circle. Coast to Coast.
Coast Insider. The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
That's what doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables for huge health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetables, not some watered-down supplement. Makes sense, right? And it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support my immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and healthy weight loss. I don't eat as healthy as I should. I know, but that's why I take Field of Greens. Like you, you'll probably look and feel healthier fast and have way more energy. But your best proof will be at your next checkup when your doctor says, wow, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Let me get you started with 15% off. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code KFI. That's promo code KFI at fieldofgreens.com.
Looking to sell your valuable toys, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible, just save more.
Here's a great example of the Jersey difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50. They offered me 100. I bought it for tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible treats me as well as they do the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible investment owner Phil DiGenova has become America's top dealer in
precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Critical. Baker. What it? You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Trouble at the train station. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 2 people have been stabbed at or near LA Metro Red Line station. The first person was stabbed at 645 last night at the Metro Hollywood Western station. Another person was stabbed several times in the neck and back about 3 hours later on Alvarado Street while on the way to the Westlake MacArthur Park station. Police say the stabber was last seen on the Red Line train headed toward North Hollywood. It's not known whether the same person stabbed both people. Another person was stabbed 2 days earlier at the North Hollywood Metro station. Officials in LA are asking people across the city to report potholes.
The city has filled more than 32,000 potholes since late December. Mayor Bass says people can thank the weather for hacking up the roads.
As all of you know, we have seen one intense rainstorm after another this year.
City workers have been driving roads throughout the city looking for potholes. Officials say the time to repair potholes has gone from about 1 day to up to 10 days because of huge demand and ongoing rain that slows repairs from previous storms. The city says people whose cars have been damaged can apply for financial help from the city. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The new commissioner of the IRS says there's no reason for the average taxpayer to worry about an increase in audits. Sandy Werfel says the thousands of new agents being funded by the Inflation Reduction Act will help the IRS crack down on tax fraud and provide better service to taxpayers. He says the possibility of a new wave of audits is off the table for those who get W-2s, Social Security payments, or have a small business. The nation's stated bicentennial birthday message on Prado Dam near Corona is getting a fresh, environmentally safe paint job.
Like seeing a flag that's all shredded. You want to go get that person new flag. Nonprofit member Jim McKay says drivers on the 91 freeway will once again soon see the bright red, white, and blue mural with the 200 years of freedom, 1776 to 1976. It still sparks that patriotism when you're driving down and it starts those conversations in the car. Member Peter Usley says the old mural was removed because of lead paint. It was created by 20 girls and 10 boys from Corona High School. Took on a job of something that's 6 times bigger than Mount Rushmore. Anything started yesterday and should be done next month at Prado Dam near Corona. 4 big parts in KFI News.
Southside weather from KFI, morning low clouds, clearing the sunny skies, highs in the upper 60s to mid-70s. Not the same for Saturday. Warming up for Easter Sunday with mostly sunny skies and highs in the 70s and 80s. It's 53 in Dana Point, 58 Long Beach, 53 in Madera Ranch, 58 in Baldwin Park. We lead locals in KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
After the indictment, the big media spin is all against President Trump.
Well, there is one cable news channel that says they lead the way in the real news.
At Newsmax, watch Newsmax for perspective that doesn't fit big media's narrative.
Now, the Newsmax poll was asking Americans if the Trump indictment leads to a real crime or just a politics.
And the Newsmax poll asked if you support Trump for president in 24.
You can vote right now.
Just text the word TURN to 39747. That's TURN to 39747. It takes just a minute. And tune in to Newsmax with great hosts like Rob Smith, Greta Van Susteren, Eric Bolling, and a lot more.
Newsmax is on all major cable systems and streaming TV.
So vote now on the Newsmax poll about the Trump indictment and his run for president. Text TURN to 39747.
Make sure your voice is heard.
Hello, Morongo. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now use top reasons to visit home.
It's not crazy. We are playing Johnny Pocket Bunny until now.
Number 2.
The legendary Bunny Mystery live this Friday.
And the number 1 reason.
With a quick thunder, there's time to get to upgrade your rating. When you earn 500 points on the rewards card, the 10th or 11th.
Morongo, start time.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex, never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online from the watch experts. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel. Golden Voice presents Howard Trip. Guns N' Roses, Mayday, Ozzy Osbourne, Metallica, Tool. You'll have to get tickets for the entire Power Trip weekend. VIP camping at the Safari Base Campground. All thanks to Golden Voice. Tickets are on sale now at HowardTrip.live. HowardTrip.live. Interviews answered now at iHeartRadio.com/Howard Trip. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640.
This is Jacob Amram. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI, AM 640.
See the time to go under the kind of hello, can you hear me? I'm in California, dreaming of that movie when you were young and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell out. There's such a thing as Friday. It's your and for me.
From the City of Angels, Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. And welcome back to Coast to Coast. Up next, Phil Phillips joins us. His latest work is called Soul Searching. Tune into spirit and awaken your inner wisdom on Coast to Coast AM. Our cell phones are something we rely on all day, every day. And whether it's staying connected to family and friends, doing business, shopping online, it's an important part of your life, isn't it? Just too bad the wireless companies know that too, because their charges are through the roof. This is why we're happy to tell you about Consumer Cellular. Remember that name. The way you can still get great coverage and even keep your same phone and number while saving up to half on your wireless bill. Consumer Cellular makes switching easy. Their most awarded customer service team is 100% U.S. based, and they'll bring you the highest quality of customer support. They'll tell you about flexible monthly plans that you can change up or down anytime you want, and with Consumer Cellular, you'll never be tied to a contract. Go to consumercellular.com/Norrie, and for a limited time, get 25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Norrie. That's right. consumercellular.com/Norrie. Use promo code Norrie for $25 off.
What up, crowd?
Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line.
I do. I usually put all-nighters and sleep during the day.
Space Ranger, codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggett Jr. Join them at iWaggett.com. That's iWaggett.com.
Execution 11 City trying to convince us to
well, I've been gifted two. So one is an NGH, and the other is a BCFC rabbit. And I just learned, okay, the BCFC is board to fucking rabbit, but I thought it was by the fucking dip, like inside the dip in God or Crypto or something. So I just learned that today. So today I'm very involved in BCFC rabbit is definitely an overstatement. I'm engaged all the way.
And welcome back to Coast. George Doyle with you, back with Bill Phillips. Bill was with us 4 years ago. It's psychic medium and author.
Well, it's a wonderful community, I can tell you that.
His life's mission is to help people deal with the grief of losing loved ones.
We're willing to help you do whatever you want, either online or offline. So definitely a good community if you want to end up.
He conducts individual, small and large group readings, has appeared on television and radio programs as well. Dr. Phil, Access Hollywood. Bill, welcome back. How have you been?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing great. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to it. Let's go back to the beginning. How did you become a psychic medium?
It's a great question. I definitely did not seek it out. So my earlier years were very trying, and I find that with most mediums or most healers, there's usually some kind of event that happens that sort of shakes their world. For me, that happened when I was just 5 years old. My parents both struggling with their own issues, me being, kidnapped back and forth. And long story short, my mom passed away when I was 14, and she came to me a few nights later, and my life was forever changed in that moment.
Did it scare you when she came to you originally?
It actually didn't. It was more of a beautiful experience. I didn't want to really share that with everybody because back in that time period, it was really just, not really just intimate way. So I, for a while actually, I think that was the biggest obstacle for me was just sharing my truth.
When you go public in those days, there are these strange things. People go, what?
Exactly. I actually was going, afterwards, I was, in high school, I was trained to be an opera singer, actually. So my whole life kind of went and derailed into this work, which I'm so grateful for. But it was something that definitely chose me. I did not choose it.
Do you still sing as a hobby?
I actually do, yeah. For the past year or so, I've been taking lessons again, and I'm loving it. I find that singing is also very grounding, and it also connects me as well. So they both go hand in hand together.
Are you like Bocelli?
I love Bocelli, I love Pavarotti, I love Domingo, all of them.
That was it. Now tell me about Soul Sister.
Yeah, so Soul Searching really birthed during, 3 years ago when basically the world shut down, and I was guided to help people rise above the fear. And during that time, I was leading meditations and just really feeling guided to help put the power back in people's hands, to show them that they are their energy first, and how that really is the threshold for the creation of their life. And so that's where soul searching came from.
And the subtitle is important too. It's Tune into Spirit and Awaken Your Inner Vision.
Exactly. Yeah. So basically, we're all in a time of walking around on this earth, receiving data, receiving information, and connecting. Many don't know that that's happening. It's subconscious for many people, and so this book really does go deep within to the different practices to show them how to tap into that inner knowing. But beyond that, though, to tap into the other side, to find their own guidance system, to stop looking for the answers outside of themselves, and to really just go within.
Where is it within the body that we pick up this knowledge? Is it through the subconscious state or the conscious?
That's a great question, actually. I believe that it really is subconscious, and it's really a matter of tuning out the ego mind, the conscious self, the rational mind. So that's always going to want to interfere with our divine guidance. It's going to always want to be doubtful and fearful. So when we're able to really go within and quiet down that part of ourselves, that's when the magic begins to happen. That's when the impressions start to happen. And the more that we utilize that and sort of build our own language with our higher self, with our all-knowing self, then we can make better informed decisions. And we basically know that we're here for a short time to create our own version of heaven on earth.
Do we all have spirit guides, Bill, that help us out?
Oh, of course, we do. And a lot of the time, they can be people in our families as well. Like my mother is one of my biggest spirit guides, she's my biggest cheerleader. So it's not always just a random soul that you didn't know pre-birth. They absolutely can be those that are part of your soul group.
Well, Joe Phillips, his book is called Soul Searching. His website is the link up at coasttocoastam.com, but he's also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. You're all over the place.
Yeah, I'm very grateful. I am, this is something that really just storm and word of mouth happened and back in the day, and it just led me into some really incredible opportunities and moments, and it's just grateful to be of service.
You start your book with the chapter, The Child Within. Was that because of your influence?
Absolutely, yes. And I really do feel that, from our early age, regardless of what we're going through, that's when we're the most impressionable, right? And so that's when someone outside of ourselves is programming us or telling us what we should think and what we should feel and what we should believe. And it's not until we are, aware enough to understand what our voice is and what our opinion is, what our mind is. So the inner child, I believe, is a part of our essence, it's a part of our soul, and it all goes back down to programming. So if we're able to access that part of ourselves, we can heal. We can make different decisions. We can build a dialogue within ourselves. That's a loving dialogue. That is a limitless dialogue. Many people are told when they're 4, 5, and 6 that their imaginary friend is just imaginary. So what happens is that they accept that command, and that's what becomes their reality, even though it's so dormant within them.
I had a call once many years ago of a mother who would talk about her daughter. And they moved into a house. And the daughter always used to talk about her playmates, her friends, her imaginable friends. And one day she came in and said, and we'll call her Louise, the friend. She said, Louise told me that she died here. And the mother went, now this is getting a little weird, right? And she said, what do you mean she died here? She said, yeah, she died here, and they buried her under the floor. And she pointed to the floor. And now the mother's really weirded out about that. And somehow they ended up calling contractors to find the bones of the little girl.
Wow. Absolutely.
That happened.
It happens more so than we realize, actually. So that's a great example about how we come into this world being very open to the other side and to that true part of ourselves.
Letting go. What does that mean?
Letting go is basically about surrendering, letting go of the past, not dwelling upon it. We are sort of designed in a way to have this ego mind, which does serve us as well, but it also can make us suffer too if we give it too much power. So in letting go, we're letting go of that control that it has over us.
Forgiveness. Why is that important?
Same reason, actually. Forgiveness is what allows us to let go and to be neutral within ourselves. And we carry so much pain on our hearts for acts that haven't been forgiven. And so when we're able to forgive, we're able to release the burden and release the person who hurt us or who may have damaged us.
And what do you mean by the thought transformation?
Yeah, again, going back to how we're all creating our own life right now, just subconsciously, I really do, and I live my life this way every day, but I really do believe that the dialogue that we're telling ourselves, even the words that we're speaking as well, are creating an energy around us, an orbit around us, and pulling more of that energy towards us. So it's really interesting, even down to the music that we listen to as well. You know, you have to be very cognizant of what you're thinking, what you're feeling. And when you're able to change the dialogue within, that's when you see the changes around you take place.
If your words are negative, will that affect this?
Yes, it does. But here's the thing, though. I find that acceptance of that is, paramount. Actually, one of the exercises in this new book is about showing you what the ego self and the spirit self looks like. So I think it's important to document, to write it out. You know, what are these negative thoughts? What are these negative voices in your head? Acknowledge them, put them out on paper, and then take a moment to flip it around, to flip the negatives. When you're able to do that, you're able to transform your energy, you're able to raise yourself up to a higher level. And that level of sweet spot, George, is just the place that when we're there, that happens. That's when our confidence is activated. That's when our connection happens. So we all have access to it, but it does take a little bit of effort to get out of the thinking.
But some people are better than others. How come?
It's for some it's just natural, or for others maybe they didn't have as much trauma, growing up or in their childhood. Maybe they had a really good support system around them that was positive in their environment. That makes a big difference, but for many people though, they didn't have that. They had the parents, that were not giving them the validation, or the love, or they were abandoned, and those things stick with us.
They feel good. The universe with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just going back within, to understanding that we're energy first, and we're vibrating, right? And so when we allow our minds to conjure up in our imagination how limitless we actually are, how we are part of the fabric of the universe, there's an empowerment that happens there. It happens on a cellular level. And when we're able to go to that place, that's when we're able to really imprint around us the energy that we want to set forth in our lives. That's important too.
What is the gratitude frequency?
One of my favorite ones actually in the book, I go throughout my day, I must give my gratitude or my thank you probably 1,000 times a day. And so what I wanted to do was create a visualization for this, something that would really inspire the reader to show them how that looks on the inside. And because I live my life energetically, I thought how beautiful than to put gold energy into this, to infuse that part of ourselves. So for every deposit of our gratitude, we're making that deposit. And those deposits add up over time. They change our frequency.
And of course, praying stuff. That's important.
It absolutely is. We all have access to that too. And I love to begin my day with prayer, praying it forward. How can I positively affect someone throughout my day? So my intention in my prayer is always, please help me leave people better than they were before. It's all about just going back within your dialogue. And we're all here to be of service. If you're a dentist, if you're a doctor, if you're a medium or a musician, we're all here to inspire people and to heal them with our unique gifts and abilities.
Life sometimes takes strange twists. Yet you believe that loving life challenges is important. Tell us more.
I do, yeah, I do, because it all goes back to flipping those negatives, and seeing, when we're able to see life from a higher spiritual perspective, then we're able to see that nothing is being done to us. We're here in this earth school right now. We're here to learn lessons. We're here to evolve. And so if we're able to look at our challenges in that way, it just definitely flips our awareness of it. And it allows us to operate more so from our higher self, from our all-knowing intuitive self, versus that part of ourself that doesn't want to change, that wants to kind of stay safe in the ego space. that's what our human eye wants for us. So it's always good to think of things in a higher perspective.
So what is a soul? What is it?
I believe that our soul is our essence. It's our light in this world. It's our light in this universe. And I also believe that we're all connected as one on a soul level.
The spiritual web.
Okay, the spiritual web is basically taking it one step further. So just having everyone understand that they have a system around them. I thought what came to me actually from spirit was this is where the concept of how we're all interconnected together. And that interconnectedness is, with the living as well, but also this carnage with our loved ones, our angels, our guides, our ascended masters, everyone that makes up the committee around us. And we are tied into that here. They're influencing us here. And so when we're able to feel that connection to that web, it takes away the illusion that we're alone, because we're never alone.
Setting intention, that's important.
I believe that our life is a big intention. And I believe that our intention is one of our biggest superpowers as well. It's very underutilized. So it just takes, a minute or less than that actually to go within and to just see what you want to achieve, to feel the feelings that you want to feel in those moments, and kind of throw them out like breadcrumbs in front of you to have that inspiration to experience that energy vibration.
So why are mantras so important?
I love mantras. This goes back to my music background as well, but I believe that there's something really, really powerful with vibration. I learned about this when I was at the conservatory as well, and utilizing the chakra system with different vowels and different sounds. And when we're able to focus on a mantra, whether it be in Sanskrit, whether it be a spoken word, we're giving all of our energy and all of our intention to that sound vibration. And within that vibration, we're able to manipulate the energy around us. So let's just say someone's having a bad day, they're going through a breakup or something like that. They're able to utilize the mantra to change the energy around them. And it is really powerful. I do it every day. I wish everyone would do it, actually. It's super, super, super powerful.
Absolutely. Intuition and a lesson in trust.
Again, we're all designed to be intuitive. We're all intuitive. I like to actually refer to the word of channel, even versus the word psychic or medium. We're all channels, basically, for energy. And when we trust it, just like riding the bike, trusting the language, we're able to lean into that feeling more, and we're able to utilize it for ourselves. And one of the stories that I give actually in that chapter is back, this was probably 7 years or so ago. I was selling a house, buying another one, and I sort of freaked my realtor out because I told him who was going to buy our previous house. And I had said, yes, I'm seeing a red-haired girl who's single, her dad's going to help her buy the house. It all lined up. And then after that happened, I was able to go within and ask Spirit, okay, please show me what I need to secure this house. And there was a bidding war with 10 other people for the property. And the number that I gave secured us the house down to the dollar. So it all goes down to trusting in the moment what you receive, not doubting it, not allowing that rational part of yourself to interfere.
When we come back in a moment, Bill, we'll talk about why cutting cords is important, and then grief, where does that fit into this? We're with Bill Phillips, the book is called Soul Searching. His website is his name, linked up at coasttocoastfans.com, and if you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, as many of you are, he's all over the places. We'll have links for you there as well. So we'll come back in a moment with Bill Phillips on Coast to Coast AM.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
5, 24-hour newsroom. A stabbing on the metro heading to MacArthur Park. According to police, the victim was stabbed multiple times in the back, neck, and torso. He was conscious and breathing when officers arrived. The suspect got away. This was the second stabbing on a metro train yesterday and the third so far this week. An antibiotic-resistant bacteria has been found in LA County. Health officials say the super bacteria was found by a USC professor and his team at 2 wastewater facilities in LA County. They say antibiotics are completely ineffective against it. Nearly 3,000 potholes reported in LA in January alone. Now there's a task force to get them identified and filled. Mayor Karen Bass's team's driving around the city searching for potholes and getting them fixed. You can also dial up 311 from your cell phone to report potholes. Southline weather from KL5. Sunny and warm today, highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 58 in Irvine, 56 for Costa Mesa, 57 in Studio City, and 53 in New Hall. Relay local from the KL5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Costa Mesa, there is a whole freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Sherman Oaks, this is on the 101 northbound at Sepulveda Boulevard. We have a car on fire. That's out of lanes and on the right shoulder. You're seeing some looky-loo lanes as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone, 62 south from Finley to Roseville Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, where you take the tactic that allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Steve. Guess what people always want? Safe and delicious drinking water from every tap. A Life Source whole house water system removes 99% of chlorine and other contaminants for delicious water and softer skin and hair. No maintenance, no salt. And now on a food credit, own a Life Source system for as low as $75 a month. Call Life Source today at 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Live from the hidden bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet. His wife Michelle is trying to save the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaning for the couch. He should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby and Myers take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use a lawyer said they'd do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 15 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let it reach your heart. Use a song to make it better. Hey, don't be afraid. We're made to go out and get hurt. The minute you let it under your skin, then you begin to make it better. And anytime you feel the pain, make you refrain. Don't carry the world upon your shoulders.
food, I need some food. I'm ready to get well. I'm ready to go.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie. Our special guest, Bill Phillips. We're going to take calls with Bill next hour. He will take questions about his psychic work. And also, he will do somewhat of readings in a limited way. All he needs from you is a specific question about your job, your relationship, and things like that, and he'll run with it. He prefers not to do mediumship questions, so make sure you are well aware of that. Gina Salvati and for Tom Danheiser, who's getting things ready for our Beyond Belief taping this weekend. Gina, you head up the Full Lifetime Digital Magazine.
I sure do, George, and we'd love to get the listeners a free digital copy.
Let's do it. How do you do it?
Very easy. Anyone can email me at Gina, Gin, lifemagazine.com.
And of course, you also will take a text message to send it to people.
We sure do. Just text the word whole life, that's all one word with a W, whole life, to 42828.
Simple as that. And what's the website again?
Well, the email is Gina, Gina, at wholemagazine.com.
Can they see it online at all?
They have to email me first.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Gina.
Thank you, George.
ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along. 728 people to go. They hit 159,000 signed-up members at ParanormalDate.com. At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, I'm getting some of your excuses.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and the paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. But you seem to find anyone who's
Nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
okay. Guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Anyone with a house, we can find a website for my unique interest. What is one of you? Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com? No, what the what? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? Interesting. I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looks very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as me and you.
You're an alien taking for it, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone. If you want to improve your abilities, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your marksmanship dramatically, must-have for every responsible gun owner. And the Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively, for example, by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence to protect them. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, the little connection, and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. What it does is it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct that technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. The 94% of them improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X, and the best part is you can use this at home. People in the best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home. And the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You save a lot of money and improve yourself. Start improving by getting your Mantis at MantisX.com. Mantis, MantisX.com. Tax season can be acting on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Hey, welcome back. George Norrie along with Bill Phillips. We're talking about his latest work called Soul Searching. Bill, what do you mean by cutting cords?
Yeah, it's a great question. We're all connected energetically, down to the increment of even over the phone lines as well. So, we've all experienced moments before where we've either been at the grocery store on the phone with somebody and had a really just bad feeling afterwards, energetically. That's how those cords work, and they exist throughout the whole world and also, the whole universe. But we have to be aware of those cords, and we have to realize that sometimes when we're feeling a certain way, that's not, who we actually are, we're feeling low or we're feeling depressed or something, it's not always us. We're feeling other people around us. So going back to having that awareness and being able to actually cut the cords, visualizing them being destroyed basically, that goes a long way. And it all goes back again to the intention, to the visualization. But those cords can connect to even, tables and cars and anything that has energy that's vibrating around us. So it's super important to daily clear those cords so you're not basically taking everyone's stuff with you throughout your life.
Now, what do you mean by grief is one?
Yeah, this is a good one. So I believe that grief is one of those energies that connects us all. We all go through it at some point in our life, and I believe that it's the price of love. It's what we feel. It's an accumulation of so much love together in our hearts that it's overwhelming. So that grief is something that I believe is just a form of love that is supposed to break free from us.
Sometimes grief still hurts so much so that it's very difficult to move on. What do you do about it?
That's a great question as well. I think that the best thing to do is to be patient with yourself through that process and to also connect with people around as well. We all go through our own hibernation periods when we're grieving. That's just a normal cycle that we go through. But at the end of the day, though, to know that grief is what connects every single one of us, it helps take away that feeling of being alone or knowing that, there's someone else that has been through what I have been through. And that's what connects us. And that's also what makes people want to help as well. There's always so much assistance and so much help available. When someone sees someone grieving, what do they want to do? They want to be of service. They want to console them. They want to give them that love because intuitively, they know that to be their truest nature.
Now you have a set of practice that you offer in the book called Cutting Cords to Protect Your Energy. What is that?
Yeah, so that's one of the exercises. And basically what it is going into meditation, calling upon Archangel Michael, but this can be different for anyone who does the exercise, though, and visualizing those cords coming from the solar plexus, and just asking for assistance in severing the cords that do not serve us or our highest good around us. So this could have been also from abusive partner from 5 years ago that's still lingering in our energy core. So just just to kind of be aware of it and to know that when we call upon that assistance, it's available to all of us. When we touch the chords, that's when we're also able to liberate our souls and to liberate ourselves.
So should we run away from toxic people?
You know, it really depends on the situation. I believe in boundaries, of course, and throughout my life, I've had to create a lot of strong boundaries with people that were not of, you know, the most positive intentions. So running away is, I believe, sometimes imperative when the person is not wanting to save themselves or get the help that they need. If they're continuing the pattern and there's a cycle of that, there is a point where the door will close, and we have to accept that.
You're a psychic, but you also come across as a counselor. Tell me about it.
Really, a lot of people actually, express this comment to me, that this compassionate part of myself, and I believe, because of what I've been through throughout my life and the struggles that I've been through, the trauma, that I am the perfect person to be a messenger, because I know firsthand what it's like to grieve and to hurt and to suffer, but also how to transform that energy.
Tell me more about it.
Yeah. So, growing up, right, I was basically homeless and all over the place, and I had a lot of
really homeless.
I was really homeless, yeah. So when I was 6, my mom, we were escaping a bad situation, took me to New York. We were in hiding there for a while, and there was definitely chunks of time there where I went to the church to get food. I didn't have a home to call my own. We were 6 years old. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So the fact that I survived that, if I could survive that, anyone could survive this.
You must be incredibly tough. My God.
I always go back to this. I was protected by the light of spirit. And that's something that for me was, I didn't know what to label it as a 6-year-old or as a 7-year-old. But as the years went on, whenever I was going through something traumatic like that, I just sort of envisioned myself and felt the comfort of that light around me. And lo and behold, that light is spirit.
Tell us more about spirit, by the way. What do you think spirit is?
I believe that spirit is who you are, who I am. It's the essence of our soul, basically. And we come here to learn these lessons in physical form. So we're here basically in a school, or playing a role, for lack of better words, for a very short time, and we're here to transcend. We're here to evolve. And how do we do that? We have to learn how to forgive when we're here. We have to learn how to let go. We have to learn how to love ourselves unconditionally. That's why we're here in the first place, is to learn and to accept ourselves for who we are, and to allow that love to connect us soul to soul, spirit to spirit, throughout eternity.
Do you see a difference between meditation and prayer?
Absolutely. I mean, they're both very, very, very useful, but I believe that prayer is basically talking and meditation is receiving. And those two, go hand in hand together. So we're built to use both of those methods, actually. So when we're tuned in and we're inspired, or we're in our prayer voice, for lack of better words, we're able to go to a different place within ourselves, our all-knowing self. And then when we're able to kind of quiet it down and just be in that loving space of energy, we're able to receive the energy that we need to fill us up. We're also able to receive the guidance that we need as well.
Give us an example of someone who may have come to you with an issue and how you got them happy again.
A lot of people come to me to connect with those that have crossed over, but I also work with people that are, business executives and very successful people around the world as well. So I treat everyone equally when I work with them. But a lot of times it's coming to me wanting to know the answers, what's coming up for them. Can I give them some kind of input or energy sort of forecast ahead of what to expect? So a lot of times people will come in, they will either, take notes or record their sessions, and that will be with them for a while, actually. And it's reminding me, I had a client that I saw a few weeks ago that I saw 12 years ago, actually. And when I had read for her, one of the messages was about her having unfinished business in Hawaii. At the time, she thought it was crazy. There was nothing on the radar with Hawaii at all. But long and behold, about 2 years later, she moved to Hawaii and bought a property there. And she was there for about 5 years, and she came back and she told me, you know what, Phil, you were so right. I did have unfinished business that I had no idea at the time that it all made sense a couple of years later. So there's no time or space within this world, in my opinion. So when someone goes in for a reading, they have to sort of be open to that process of knowing that these puzzle pieces or these shards, so to speak, are being given in the moment to basically lead to a bigger picture in time.
What do you recommend people do who start getting into it? What are some of the first things they should do?
You mean getting into their own connection?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first thing I would do, I know it sounds so cliche, but it's just a matter of sitting in stillness, sitting in prayer, sitting in meditation, going beyond your chatterbox of thoughts in your head. Once you're able to transcend above that and sort of view it as the observer, then you're into this awareness. And that awareness is paramount for connecting to spirit, for connecting to your higher self, and for getting that guidance. But it just requires you to kind of vibrate a little bit higher than what you're experiencing in the physical sense.
And it works?
Absolutely, yes. I've been very blessed to teach around the country as well to show people how to tap into this themselves. And a lot of times when they have that initial aha moment, it's so simple to them. It's something that in their minds they're like, oh, I thought I was just making that up. It was so easy. But that's how it works. So at first, when you're learning to trust it, is your connection comes from your imagination. That's the threshold for spirit, for everything. And so when you're able to give your focus to that and trust it, that's when that guidance shines through. And it really, really, really deeply changes people when they accept that as their truth.
Well, Bill Phillips is going to take calls next hour with him. He'll do some psychic readings for you, or if you have just a general question about the psychic world, fire away as well. Lots of people are interested in the psychic world.
Oh, yeah. And I think the reason for that is because everyone feels a pull to it because they know that they themselves have a connection as well. And I think that right now, too, people are awakening to this. They have been for a while, but through, even social media and just different ways of communication, they're seeing different people out in the world, too, and that's inspiring as well. And so there is this sort of intuitive knowing going on right now on the planet.
So once you read the book, so firstly, what do you expect them to get out?
I expect them to basically, first and foremost, to live a life of peace, first and foremost, because when we're in that peaceful state, that's when we're able to recognize these synchronicities, these miracles. That's when we're able to connect with people. But, each chapter is designed in a way through these different practices to take them deeper within themselves. And when they go deeper within themselves, they're able to rise above that pattern, and they're able to see the reality of what is.
Have you seen people emotionally break down after some of these things that have happened for them?
Well, definitely readings for sure, especially when I'm, channeling in front of audiences or things like that. Absolutely. When there's this concrete, validation and information being given that just speaks to their heart, that in itself shows them that they're not crazy, first of all, because a lot of times they need to be validated that what they're experiencing is true and real. And once they accept that, then they're not a prisoner in their heads any longer. They know that they're channeling basically.
That is the first step in your empowerment, is accepting what is.
So of the many chapters that we buzzed through, is there any one that you think is particularly more important than the others?
Yeah, that's a really great question, George. I'm going to say that, again, going back to my favorite chapter in the book, or one of them actually, the gratitude frequency, the reason that I believe it's so important is because most people already have access to how to live life that way. We all have something to be grateful for. It's very basic. And when you're able to think of life in terms that way, simply, and just in the moment, presently, when you're grateful for the air that you're breathing, for example, that also in itself brings you to that place of awareness. So something as simple as gratitude can be life-changing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. It's remarkable, isn't it? How it works?
It really is, and it really shows how powerful that is, then we don't want to go back to the other way that we once were. You can't go back. You can only go forward. And what I find is that, once people have these awakenings too, and they see this to be true and real, they want to share that with them as well as people around them. So my intention is that this will sort of be something that will be spread around, and because it will inspire someone, that person themselves will want to pay it forward and inspire somebody else.
We're going to take a short break and then come back with Bill Phillips and take phone calls. So one, he'll do quick psychic readings for you, ask him a specific question, or if you have a question about the psychic realm, jump aboard with that too.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mouth and face?
What? Oh, your mom and dad called us to clean out their shower tonight.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a question, call your hero. Come in today. ROTHSCHILD at superheroes.com.
I've been asked 1,000 times if you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world, and the answer is no. When I started, there were just two of us. Today, Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to crime cases and winning. And we your case quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients referred families and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit morganpeople.com for an office near you. KFI AM 640. Great here. And we get so excited, we wet our plans. That's just the first of the thing tonight. You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Stolen insulin, unrepentant.
To the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A porch pirate in Lake Elsinore has stolen a 7-year-old girl's insulin. Families ring video doorbell caught the thief and accidentally stuck on it. The latest drought map of California shows more of the state is now drought-free. The U.S. Drought Monitor says reservoirs are filling up, the snowpack is high. Current snowpack depth in Northern California is 189% of normal. Now officials are watching melting snow and runoff. They say flooding will be an issue as the warmer weather sets in. A former Motel 6 in Whittier will be turned into homeless housing. LA County bought the property in 2020. They used it as an emergency shelter during the pandemic. The building is now being refurbished and will be ready for tenants by the end of next year. 4 ducklings have been rescued from a storm drain in Riverside. The mama and her 10 babies were crossing the creek with one fell into the storm drain. 3 more also fell in. Animal Control rescued the ducklings, reunited them with mama. The new IRS commissioner says they're reducing audits. Mark Mayfield has more.
Julie Warfel unveiled the agency's plan to use $80 billion in funding from the Inflation Reduction Act over the next decade. The Democrats' legislation aims to support the IRS with stricter rules on tax fraud, as well as boosting good service to taxpayers. He said the agency is taking a new wave of audits off the table for those who get W-2s, Social Security payments, or have a small business.
LA County is recruiting mental health workers. The workers will be part of a response team designed to help the homeless. They're offering incentives like signing bonuses, student loan forgiveness, and flexible schedules. Happy Passover, Happy Good Friday, and Happy National Beer Day. Southland weather from KFI. Mostly sunny in the morning today. We'll see highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 55 in Fountain Valley. Mission Viejo has 52. It's 55 in San Dimas and 55 in Northridge. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennant.
Being close to Midtown, there is a full three-way closure for 405 northbound from the 73 in Fairview. All lanes are shut down for road work until 5. In Terminal, this is on the 101 northbound at the 405. Clean up crews from your earlier car fire, taking up the right lane to your traffic flow from Van Nuys Boulevard. Montebello, there is a work zone 62 south from Finley to Road Street Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI and Sky hope to get you there faster on Brian's hands. After the indictment, the big media spin is all against President Trump. Well, there is one cable news channel that says they lead the way in the real news. That's Newsmax. Watch Newsmax for perspective that doesn't fit fake media narrative. Now, the Newsmax poll was asking Americans if the Trump indictment is for a real crime or is it politics. And the Newsmax poll asked if you support Trump for president in 24. You can vote right now. Just text the word "turn" to 39747. That's "turn" to 39747. It takes just a bit. And tune into Newsmax with great hosts like Rob Smith, Red Event Buster, Eric Molly, and a lot more. Newsmax is on all major cable systems and streaming TV. So vote now in the Newsmax poll about the Trump indictment and his run for president. Text "turn" to 39747. Next door, your voice is heard. Hello, Rwanda. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now just cut reasons to visit the region.
It's not crazy. We are playing a hundred chocolate bunny April 9th.
Number 2,
For legendary breaking issues, live in finals.
and the number 1 reason.
You can still come up with management to upgrade your rating. We have over 500 choice on the reward card, September 11th.
Rwanda, good time.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Yeah, when you take the tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Your traditional investments aren't so rich like now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex, never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern, vintage, luxury pre-owned watches and All watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off Google Plus watches and my name, Bill with Handle. Click the link at the top. The discount automatically applies to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online. Watch experts Google Plus watches and Bill with Handle. A minimum of 5 years in a lock-up, secure location where you are guaranteed to be sodomized 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who vandalize national parks. Okay, maybe we're going to retweet this one. What do you think, huh, George? Bill Handle. Hey, you know the name of the guy. Why haven't you reported it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMY and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KMY 8640. Talk to George Norrie. Call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
All right, this is the magical hour. We'll take your calls with Bill Phillips. He will do a psychic reading on you if you want. Questions about your career, your relationship, whatever you want there. Or if you have a specific question about the psychic realm, do that as well. Have you ever wondered if we're alone in the vastness of the universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this incredible question. Marvin Sunderland is the certified film director, science fiction genius, Army veteran, mechanic, video game developer, and web developer, and author of the sci-fi novels that included 7 novel masterpieces, bringing out the depths of your imagination. Simply journey with Sergeant Waggett in search of a crashed alien spaceship. Embrace yourself because there's a war underway. Be careful. Sergeant Waggett promises to take your imagination to simply marvelous heights. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, at marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. marvelous.com.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement rate in a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Gibson, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call this retirement discount and give you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value for you. You call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. And welcome back, George and Ori, along with Bill Phillips. Bill, that would be an interesting story, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, absolutely.
The soul is one, but they're always attached. What do you think of reincarnation?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I believe we've been here many times before, and like that story that you were sharing earlier, it's a true testament actually to how that works, you know. So I believe that many of the lessons that we're learning now are lessons that we didn't fully learn in the past, actually, too, and that we're just traveling together in these soul groups, lifetime to lifetime.
Does it take time to learn these techniques that we've been talking about tonight?
Not too long. It really doesn't. I think that with anything, you know, practice makes perfect, and daily repetition is really what it comes down to. It's like brushing your teeth, you know?
It's important.
Yeah.
Need to do it. You're like a dentist.
You might say so.
Where do you take this next for yourself?
You mean with my teachings and with what I'm doing?
Yeah.
You know, right now, I'm super busy. I have a really beautiful life of basically working with people every day. And the word has spread a lot, actually, that my wait list now is like well over 2 years in advance, working with people. So I do readings daily, I travel, I do audience readings, I do teachings. My whole purpose here is to really put the power back into people's hands, that they too have their own way of connecting.
Did you say you have a 2-year waiting list?
Yeah, it's well over 3 years right now, yes.
How long do you sessions last?
They're about an hour.
So you've got people waiting for 2 years for this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, can you speed things up a little bit, really?
I'm trying my best, you know, but honestly, it's a wonderful responsibility, and I take it very seriously.
How many do you do a day?
It really depends. As I'm getting a little bit older now, I tend to do, 3 to 4 a day, depending on how I'm feeling.
That's remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, let's take some calls.
Okay.
Lining up here for you.
Yeah.
Next up, let's go to Cheryl in Washington, Missouri. Take it away. Hi, Cheryl.
Hey, Jordan.
Hi.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Okay, cool. I tell you what, this is amazing, and I think that that's a lot of it, that you done, and thanks for that. I want to ask you, regards to the affirmation or the negation and some circumstances, how does the person define that? Like, spirituality.
What do you mean, the affirmation?
I have a little trouble hearing you, my love. You want to know about affirmations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so basically an affirmation, this is a great question actually. On your path, you have to sort of put a wrench in the things within your subconscious mind to vibrate it at a different frequency. So the affirmations are super important, but I would encourage you to do things that were shorter in duration. You don't have to have a full, novel as an affirmation. It could be something as simple as the word success, or as simple as the word, love. It doesn't have to be this humongous, long-winded type of situation.
Next up, let's go to Randy, truck driving in Florida. Welcome to the show. Hey, Randy, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hello, Bill.
Hi, Randy.
So my question is, do you see anybody coming into my life as far as a relationship? I ain't got to be lonely all the time.
That's a great question. I did immediately that the past 2 years have been a very big up and down situation within that of having to let go of the past, actually. And I also feel, too, that that relationship comes with your mood. And I definitely see that the move is on the horizon for you. I'm not sure if you were discussing this recently, but they're wanting you to talk about telling you to kind of open the door for this. So I definitely get a connection with the move happening for you.
Sometimes be tough because of the fact that he's driving all over the country.
I don't think there's any limits to it, to be honest. When two souls are meant to meet, they will need, and, this could be anywhere, but I feel like right now this has to do with him, with grieving the past relationships to make a space for a new one.
He's got to do that first.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good luck. Thanks, Randy. Lisa, and Astoria, New York is with us next. Hi, Lisa. Go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi. So my dad passed 20 years ago, and we were very close. I never felt him around me. I always wanted to, and I never did except for one time when I was very, very distraught, crying my heart out, and I felt him there telling me, don't give up, just over and over again. I kept, hearing that. But then last year, I met someone and knew him for a very short time, just like 3 months, and he passed. And I feel him around me every day. And I'm just wondering, am I starting to get more in touch with my intuitive nature? Is that starting to develop for me? And is it something that I should, try to get more in touch with?
Absolutely. The fact that you're having the sensation is a very positive sign. Who has an addiction connected to you?
Addiction?
Yeah. Who has some addiction? Who either was the heavy drinker, the heavy smoker, who did not take care of themselves?
Well, my brother drank a lot. He had a bad accident that he needed a blood transfusion, and he got hepatitis because of that.
Okay.
So he didn't really die of an addiction. He just drank quite a bit.
Yeah, I definitely have a male around me who's wanting me to say he's a healthier version of himself too. He's like throwing a bottle of Jack at me. Whenever they do that, it's their way of trying to say they pick the habit, they're the healthier version. He's also showing me the month of August as being significant. He's showing me my mom's death anniversary, August the 14th. So I think there's something either August related that he's wanting me to validate to you. That could be like a birthday, anniversary, or passing, something along those lines. But to answer your question though about the science too, they're wanting to talk about your smoke detectors in your house actually. So the next time you hear them beeping and there's no smoke around, say hi to them.
Change those batteries, right?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Appreciate you being part of the program. What has been one of the most gut-wrenching calls you've ever gotten when you do this show?
I had someone actually during an audience reading. It wasn't over the phone, but it was a situation where her son was unfortunately murdered by his father, and it was a murder-suicide. Whenever I am in that space when I'm connecting with someone who has lost someone tragically like that, it really is tough on my heart because talk about the grief. There's just so much pain on the living. So a lot of times it's when souls pass when it's through murder or something along those lines.
You appeared on the Dr. Phil show. What was that like for you?
Oh, it was exhilarating. It was fast-paced. It was truly amazing to spread the message as far as possible. And actually, the person that I had read for on the show, she kept in touch with me over the years, and she actually improved her life, and her life situation changed for the positive, and that was the guidance that I had given to her actually at the time. So I was very happy to see her progress after we were done.
I did a television program called Beyond Belief, and the head producer of the show was a former producer of Dr. Phil.
Oh, really?
Small world, huh?
Oh, it totally is, yes.
Indeed, indeed. Next up, let's go to Joe, Long Island, New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
Hey, Bill, great presentation. It's interesting this week. I'm listening to a book, Boundaries, 4 years old, by Cook and Miller. Really enjoying the book.
You like it? That's good.
Yeah. On your book, Soul Searching, you had mentioned earlier about people making different decisions. And, there's that mantra that people just keep, circling around and going in circles. But does that involve different kind of appraising maybe how you spent your time and things like that? Or is it sometimes people just want to know the outcome in advance and then they just don't make the move? And even with gratitude, you were mentioning, do you think sometimes that do you keep that simple, or do you fill in with more descriptions of that gratitude, more adjectives on that gratitude? And one strange thing, too, is, like I was thinking of in terms of psychic, is one of my friends went to Paris with his wife, and he met something new, from here, that he had no idea, like on the streets of Paris. That to me is strange.
Well, it all goes back to free will. And so when you're asking about gratitude and just, how to structure that, I always think that less is more, simplistic is better. But it's always going to be unique to each person. And I really feel, to answer your question, that nothing is set in stone in this world. We are truly, completely co-creating. So everything comes down to our actions and our intentions, and it all comes down to our free choice.
And in the book, Bill, where do people get it?
They can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble. It should be pretty much around at any major bookseller right now.
Scott is with us in Costa Mesa, California. What's the Washington? Hey, Scotty, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Yeah, well, I'm having a little bit of a hard day tonight because my father just passed at 9 o'clock California time.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he's 95 and a half, and he had a little bit of dementia, and but I've always lived in gratitude, and I'm swimming in love and all that, but I'm also grateful to be sad, because of being sad means you're missing what was good, and I'm just wondering if you can have a reading from someone who has passed so recently.
That's a really good question. I call souls that have transitioned, which was, usually under 2 years, newbies to the process. But the fact that it happened, like, today, that's really, really fresh. So I would imagine that he's doing his orientation right now. But I just want you to know that I heard right now in my head, I was ready. And so I also feel guided to tell you as well that he was already out of his body leading up to this. He didn't want an audience around him. He wanted to have his peace and his privacy. So I feel like he had all that, and I definitely feel that he's absolutely in the beginning right now of his transition,
the journey, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Do souls know that they passed on immediately when it happened?
I believe that they do, but there's something about an acceptance to it. They have to be able to accept that in the moment. That's where things can go in different directions depending on how someone transitions. If someone was really attached to something, or they felt like they weren't done, then they might linger around the earth a little bit longer. That's where we get the term earthbound spirits from. But the majority of them, though, do know, and they do go to the light of their way. This depends on the scenario.
So to July in Florida, Robert's with us. Robert, take it away, sir.
Thank you for taking my call. I was just wondering, back in like 92, I pulled up Latoya Jackson's psychic hotline back then.
Okay.
It was all landline. There was no cell phones, computers yet, or anything. And everything she told me was spot on except for one thing. Will I ever own my own business?
Okay. This is a great question because it goes back to the free will aspect of this, right? And so that business for you is a little bit of an Achilles heel in the sense of you needing to accept and basically have the confidence to manifest it. So I'm assuming that there was some kind of block that kind of got in the way of that. Probably to do with what happened in your childhood as well. So I'm going to say never say never. It reminds me of the story about KFC and the man that saved KFC. I think he was in his 60s, actually. Colonel Sanders. Yes, when he brought that together. So I want to say to you, never say never, but it's always going to be your choice and what you feel. So I want to encourage you to go into that feeling.
You don't channel, do you, Bill?
Oh, absolutely, I do.
Oh, you do that too?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's what I do primarily, yes.
Do they ever bother you to the point where you can't even get any sleep?
When I was younger and before I had boundaries with spirit, it was a little bit mad at me because I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing them call my name out the whole night. And so it wasn't until I had more of an understanding and more of an awareness of it that I was able to have boundaries with them because, early back in the day, I didn't understand what that meant, and so they kind of dictated a lot more than they do now. So I have told them over the years, you will have to send your loved ones to me. I'm not going to go out to them. I'm not going to solicit them. You'll have to guide them really all over the world. And some of them don't even know how they heard of me, but they just knew that they were supposed to come. And that is a true testament to how spirit works.
Have you ever had a bad spirit try to trick you or anything like that?
Years ago, when I was first understanding this, I had someone come through, and this was the telltale sign for me. I kept hearing all of his cursing and language, and he was in a very dark place. And the person that I was reading for, I had explained to her what I was experiencing, and I said, my throat is burning, and I know that he took his life. And she revealed to me that it was her ex-father-in-law that had drank battery acid and hung himself. And he was not in the right place when I was doing it back then. It was a very dark energy. So I had to really understand that and understand how to protect myself at that time.
He drank battery acid?
Yes, he drank battery acid and hung himself.
That alone was you didn't have to hang it.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have done it for you.
Yeah.
Tell us about your website.
Yeah, my website is just my name, BillPhillips.com. One L and two T's, or you'll get somebody else. And there
we've got the line for you, coast to coast.
Yeah. There you can find who I am, what I've done, the books that I've written, and if someone wants to see me somewhere at an event, or if they want to get a reading, everything's on the website.
And you're on Facebook too?
I'm on Facebook too. I do something called Daily Inspiration every day, actually, for my community. I was guided through this many, many years ago, and it really said, so every day I go on and I think of a message, and I'll share it with my audience, actually, and I know it helps a lot of people, and it's free, so it keeps people connected and together, and I'm all on Facebook and Instagram.
All right, Bill, we're going to come back in just a moment and take final phone calls with you right here on Coast to Coast AM. Those of you on hold, hang there. We'll do our best to get to all.
Coast Insiders. The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Ray Panic in a KFI 24-hour newsroom. Red tags are expected to be removed soon from 3 oceanfront apartment buildings in San Clemente. A landslide last month sent parts of concrete patios down the slope. A new geology report says the 3 structures are indeed safe and residents can move back in soon. A stabbing on the metro headed to MacArthur Park. According to police, the victim was stabbed multiple times in the back, neck, and torso. He was conscious and breathing when officers arrived. The suspect got away. This was the second stabbing on a metro train yesterday and the third so far this week. LA County Vector Control says mosquitoes is the next problem for SoCal. Standing water from the recent rains offers prime breeding areas. The CDC says check your property for standing water and get rid of it. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny and warm today, highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 52 in Mission Viejo, Justin at 54, 53 for Ventura, and 55 in San Diego. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Kenneth.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview Road. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Paramount, this is on the 710 southbound right before ROTHSCHILD. Clean up crews from an earlier crash. Take up the right lane. You're seeing delays from the 105. Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 60 eastbound from Finley to Rosemary Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI in the Sky Oaks, get you there faster on Brian Van. You should choose your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it just might. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens our health. ViralRabbi is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from a recent train derailment were no match for ViralRabbi. A single ViralRabbi unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found in the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only ViralRabbi comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit ekpure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your ViralRabbi home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby and Meyer take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use the lawyers said they do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 15 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Again, remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. And me, I'm in a rock and roll band. Riding up first big XM. You know, those different times. All politics ready to reverse and those ladies, they both their eyes. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-828-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-818-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And of course, our television program is called Beyond Belief, and you can watch the episodes when you sign up at beyondbelief.com. Take advantage of that couple free programs available to you right now at beyondbelief.com. And our YouTube channel is free to subscribe. Go ahead and do it. Just type in Coast to Coast AM Official in the YouTube search bar, or click the YouTube icon at the top of coasttocoastam.com. 550,000 of you have done it already, and you love it. So do that. Here's something for you to build up your immune.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorder, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of InStem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to do the best it can do.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking adaptogen and InStem?
The InStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and InStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Our cell phones is something we rely on every day, and whether it's staying connected to family and friends, doing business, shopping online, it's an important part of your life. It's just too bad the wireless companies know that as well, because their charges are through the roof. Which is why we're happy to tell you about Consumer Cellular, a way that you can still get great coverage, and you can keep your same phone and number while saving up to half on your wireless bill. Consumer Cellular makes switching very easy. Their most awarded customer service team is 100% U.S. based, and they'll bring you the highest quality of customer support. And they'll tell you about flexible monthly plans that you can change up or down anytime you want. Plus, with Consumer Cellular, you never are tied to a contract. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, add my name in there for a limited time, and get 25 off the wireless bill when you use promo code NORI. That's consumercellular.com/Nori, and use promo code NORI for $25 off. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, and the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own gold. And now you can own gold in a retirement account, 401k, into an IRA in physical gold. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just valuable insight. Protect your savings with gold from Birch Gold. Text COAST to 989898.
Execution's 11 p.m. But he's trying to convince us he's gone insane. Therefore, Edward will be next day. On the people of this team. Edward, from Earth at the planet of heaven. No control. Time to tell you what it is to do like you do. The failure with it all under the nothing without your ignorance before you.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you along with Bill Phillips. The book we're talking about is called Soul Searching. Have you ever seen a soul you didn't want to search for, Bill?
Back in the day, yes, but that was a long time ago.
Interesting. Let me ask you about evil and the devil. Where does that fit in?
That's a great question. I believe there's a yin and yang to everything. There's a light and a dark. And so, do I believe that evil exists? I do. I also believe, too, that that hell, in essence, is just the earth plane, and we're here right now at this time in history, basically, to make better decisions, not to vibrate that way, to choose differently, again, to create our own version of heaven while we're here. So I don't believe in hell in the physical sense of hell. I believe that we are here right now to make decisions, and we all have the ability to experience that energy if we want to, but who wants to experience that? So we all have the ability to think differently.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's say who's up first. Let's go to Janelle in Stockton, California. First time caller. Hi, Janelle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
Awesome. I love you so much. I listen almost every night.
Well, thank you.
I just want to know what you can tell me about my future.
The future. All right.
Okay. Yeah, about my future.
Hi, Janelle. Nice to meet you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so that's a really broad question. Do you have more of a specific question?
Well, as far as work and home, over the past few years, there's been a lot of deaths of grandparents, great-grandparents. Thank God I still have my parents. Work as a real estate with management and healthcare, and I just want to know where I'm going right now.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you for sure that over the next year, so I'm looking more towards March or so of next year. I do feel a change coming for you, and there definitely is a grandmother behind you who's showing you the nursing hat. So the nursing hat for me is the sign of a healer, if it's not literally a nurse. But I feel like her message to you is to know that you're here to be the healer for everyone around you. So you probably have a lot of people coming to you for advice and for life guidance that you didn't sign up for, did you? But you're here for that reason, though. So I wouldn't worry about too much. I would kind of surrender to it and know that things will line up for you more next year.
Okay, next up, Colleen's with us in Brunswick, Georgia. Hello, Colleen. Go ahead.
Well, I'll feel fine. I'm doing all right. I just got done having cancer, taking out it out. But yeah, what I need to know is the landlords look like they're selling duplex. Okay, do you see me going into New York or staying here in Georgia or maybe Tennessee? And check on my finances too. The things are being cut and I'm in and out of the hospital.
Mm-hmm. I definitely get more of a southern connection with you. I'm pulled more towards Florida, actually, to be honest with you.
Okay.
And I'm also getting, excuse me, I'm also getting a lot of something with the legs or the feet as well. So keep an eye on the feet, the legs, the bones. Something you're going to be spending time having to adjust that coming up.
But you do see a move coming.
Yeah.
Florida it is, Colleen. Next up, Fairfield, California we go. Andrea. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, George and Bill. Thank you so much for taking my calls. I'm an avid listener every night.
Thank you very much. How can we help you?
I wanted to find out, my brother passed away traumatically 5.5 years ago, and I still have complicated grief surrounding the circumstances of his passing, and I feel like somehow, and I just want to know how you feel and kind of move on and experience joy in your life again after, a traumatic death. And we were very close. I was older sister. It's really about tuning into the signs around you as well. And I definitely get a connection with him not being able to say goodbye. I'm also seeing like writing in cards and things like that. So I don't know if you have anything in his favor. You have like a card of his favor with his writing on it. But I do feel better to talk about something with the writing on the card, and also as well to keep your eyes open for the bird, more specifically the red cardinal or the red hummingbird.
Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, there's a hummingbird that I see the birds where I live, and there is a hummingbird with a red on him that comes and feeds at my fever frequently. Yeah. Okay, thank you. You're so welcome.
When you get these impressions, though, how does it come to you?
It comes to me very quickly. It comes through visions and also just feelings simultaneously. So it's sort of like an energy source flowing through me.
It's going to Sterling, Illinois. Next for Maria. Hello, Maria. Welcome. Maria? She is there, but she's not listening. Costa Mesa, California again. David's listening. Hey, David, go ahead.
Hi, George. Hello, Bill. Bill, I forget to touch mention that here, coast to coast. You got me called earlier. That's just a topic on the beach. But if we could tap into your wisdom here a little bit, I was writing a note to a friend of mine about my parents in Georgia. I feel like I'm hitting rock bottom, like kind of career-wise, and feeling like kind of open in the dark night of the soul, or definitely the dark part of my life. It seems, and I use the term, I guess, community spirit or sports like I'm very exciting rock bottom. And this is more like it, like I'm on the bottom, kind of goes in my life. But I just have been unemployed for employment challenge for the last couple of years, causing a lot of financial difficulties and so my family. I've had some very sick when my wife died, unexpectedly younger than me, as a friend of my grandfather earlier. And, these types of things, these trips, my former, friends and family, I haven't really gotten anything back, but not that I don't take any, it's just I just am having a hard time trying to put it in my, the next step forward, which path should I follow here, and if you get any thoughts on that. Yeah, well, first I want to say it's interesting because we've had two callers from Costa Mesa.
Yeah.
That's where my office is located, actually.
How about that?
Yeah, so that's
synchronicity, and it's that.
yeah, but Dave, to answer your question, though, I feel like right now this is a time for you to, it has to do with letting go of image or, the sort of image that you've kept for yourself. I actually keep getting you more inland. So I don't know if you've been, if you were just traveling recently or going to be to like Arizona or Nevada on the coast of California, but I keep feeling you there for some reason. So I'm getting you more inland. And if that wasn't recently, I would say that's probably going to be on the agenda for you not long from now. Of course, it'll always be your free will, but right now, everything is kind of tumbling down. I'm seeing the tarot card, the Tower right now. So you're in the middle of it at the moment, and you're holding on tight. But I do feel like there is going to be an imminent move for you as well that goes more inland.
Bill, you're on YouTube. Tell me what you have.
YouTube is something new for me. I kind of go on there and start this kind of educational videos for my following just to kind of inspire them and show them how different techniques and how they can connect themselves.
All right, next up we go to William in Amarillo, Texas, east of the Rockies. Hey, William, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sure enjoying the show. This is 2000, 2000. My ear. It's been going on for about 2 years. It comes and goes with ringing and pressure, lately a pressure that comes and goes. I don't know what's going on.
It's the night that's
bothering me.
It's interesting because there are times that it could be medical tinnitus. And also, William, too, I feel a lot of times when spirit comes near us, we can have a really strong ringing in the ear as well, or a buzzing sound. It's almost like the equivalent of having too much sugar. You have that kind of hum in your head. And I definitely feel for you that that's going to be linked to a father figure to pass for you as well, trying to get your attention, trying to be just near you that way energetically. So
I would encourage you in the meantime to meditation as well. Whenever you have that, just tell him to like back out, that you know that he's there, and to kind of pull away from you. See if that helps.
And William, when Doc Wallach is on in another week or so, check in with him. I'm sure he will be able to tell you something. Medical portion, he will probably say you have osteoporosis of the skull. Did you ever hear of that, Bill?
I know, I haven't.
It is unbelievable, and he seems to be spot on with a lot of people.
Wow, that's incredible.
Next up, let's go to Lynn in North Bend, Oregon. Welcome to the program. Hey, Lynn, go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure, go ahead.
What kind of
Yes,
cabinet?
this is Sue for my spiritual emergency program. I'm the registration. I'm trying to get upstairs to people to be kind instead of sick. And so those two things help, because the orphans I was born really hard and so differently. She's angry, upset. You know now that I think I'm inside of them. He was your silent, so anyway, I'm trying to get registration around a parent app.
That's interesting. I'm not sure you should pay people to be nice.
So I heard part of that question, but I'm going into the feeling of also your hands, healing hands with you as well. So you would be great just to kind of transmitting that energy outside of yourself, which you do. You set the intention, you kind of send that ball of light out as often as you can, with the hope that it's going to accumulate that energy, around the planet. So I would encourage you to keep your intention going right now. That intention is what's going to eventually become physical for you.
Next up, we've got Donald in Oregon. Welcome to the program. Don, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, George and Bill, for taking my call. I lost my husband about a year and a half ago to COVID, and I've just been grieving ever since. And I'm kind of lost, and I'm just not sure where to turn.
Grief is tough, Bill.
It really is. Say your name again one more time for me.
It's Donald.
Donald, okay, Donald. Immediately as you were saying that, I felt a conviction in my chest, actually. So that's how he was transitioning. I also feel, for some reason, that Christmas is significant, which could be the month of December or the holiday season. So there's going to be something that I would imagine to do that as either a birthday or anniversary during the holiday season as well. Did you have dogs together?
Our birthdays, December 22nd, January 24th. Our marriage was December 27th.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
He's wanting you to know to still celebrate the holidays, even though it has that element of grief to it, that I absolutely know he's there with you celebrating that. And also, this might sound kind of strange right now, but there's something very significant about the owl that I'm seeing too. So I want you to keep that in a safe place. If you hear the owl hooting around you or see symbols of the owl, it's going to be the guidance for you to kind of trust what you're getting in the moment.
Bill, we've only got a couple minutes left. Maybe we have time for one more quick call, and then we'll wrap things up. We'll go to Maria in Ontario, Canada. Maria, take it away. Maria? Anna Maria, she don't know how to talk. Unbelievable. They have a great opportunity to talk to you, Bill, when they're not there.
Something to do.
Oh, you have some other books out there too. As a matter of fact, we talked about it when you were on the show a couple years ago.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So my first book is Expecting Unexpected. It really highlights my journey through my self-discovery. It's more about my childhood and really what I went through. And it also highlights how the readings work as well, and kind of what transpired from the readings afterwards that were really life-changing for people. That's one of my, that's my first one. My second book is Signs from the Other Side. And this one goes into the rest ways of how you yourself can find your own way of communicating with spirit and how to recognize those signs through different stories. So every book has its purpose, and I feel like this book, Soul Searching, is taking it like one step further at going into these different practices that I really think are going to help empower people.
And of course, Soul Searching is available all over online.
Yes.
What's your favorite venue? Amazon or bookstore?
Amazon is something that I feel like is so easy to use, and you get it like the next day. So I do a lot of my shopping on Amazon.
And they plop it right there on your porch and it's there, ready to go. Bill, keep in touch with us, all right? Be safe.
Thank you so much, Bert. I really appreciate it.
That's Bill Phillips, the name of his book, Soul Searching. It's an amazing book, and as he mentioned, there's other ones that are called Expect the Unexpected and Signs from the Unexpected. For Dan Galante, Gina Salvati, Tom Dan Heiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Longwood, Sean Lavastor, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrow, Tim Bernal, George Knapp, and Ian Connett. I'm George Hillary, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on the next edition. Till then, be safe.
I've tried out a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations, and they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent. Learn almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean, or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Hello, Miranda. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now there's top reasons to visit a room.
It's not crazy. You have plenty of money pocket bunny until now.
Number 2,
The legendary waiting list is dry to expire.
and the number 1 reason.
Different quick funding is $1,000 voucher to Raider. You will earn 500 points on the reward card September 11th.
Rolando, good time. You're pretty to invest in tons of risk right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex and never thought you could afford one? Let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cardinal, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Bob's Watches is a trusted online store to buy or sell modern, vintage, luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get the discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? It's fast and you can quote online to the watch experts at Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel. Whoa, this is the best spring in a while. Concerts are back, masks are gone. Just get out there in nature and enjoy. Quick before somebody goes to one on the You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Pet adoption. I'm Bree Kennett, visiting a 24-hour newsroom. 23 national organizations are inviting you to adopt an animal this month. It's their Open Arms Challenge. To try and increase adoptions and gain foster volunteers, they're offering grants and goodies to people who adopt a pet, so check your local animal shelter. The latest drought map of California shows more of the state is now drought-free. The U.S. Drought Monitor says reservoirs are filling up, snowpack is high. The state flooding will be an issue as warmer weather sets in. Months of heavy rain hit a number on California roadways, creating potholes and in some cases sinkholes. But we're responding to these intense storms. City workers are pulling out all the stuff, but not just to repair every pothole that's reported, but also to be proactive. That was LA Mayor Karen Bass. In January alone, nearly 3,000 potholes were reported in Los Angeles. You can report potholes on the 311 app or by dialing 311 from your cell phone. Vector control says mosquitoes will be our next problem for SoCal. Standing water that keeps rains off its fine breathing areas.
Even a teaspoon of water caught somewhere under a bush or rain gutter or something like that can provide habitat for mosquitoes.
LA County is now recruiting mental health workers. The workers will be part of a response team designed to help the homeless. They're offering incentives, signing bonuses, student loan forgiveness, and flexible schedules. And how about a party? Captain Crunch is celebrating his 60th birthday with a Palm Springs pool bath. It's for the 21 and older crowd on April 15th. That's the first weekend of Coachella. At the Margarita Resort in Palm Springs from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. with Captain Crunch inspired brunch items to DJ and live music. You need to register online to gain access. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny later today and warm with highs in the low to mid 70s. Right now it's 55 in Boynton Park, Downtown Valley is 55, 53 for Pomona, and 54 in Malibu. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In West Memphis, there is a full freeway closure based on the 405 southbound from Bolton to Polar, already today. Shut down for road work until 6. Eagles Rock. This is on the 134 westbound at Figueroa. Little fender bender there. Out of lanes and all the right shoulders watch for the way that road. Montebello, there is a work zone to keep eastbound from Finley to Rosewood Boulevard. Freeway is here to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI, Sky Oak, 50 South Shore, Brian Dam. They always keep you sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name to use it about. Duffy's Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule is to travel until let the deal drive the destination. Folly, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you pick a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for more money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Uline is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working around the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked, and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialist. Visit uline.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got million. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Work environment, termination, that was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down, and more critically, spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call me 4424. Golden Voice Wisdom, powers forever. Power Trip, yeah, the Safari Grand Campground. All thanks to Golden Boy. Tickets are on sale now. PowerTrip.live. PowerTrip.live. You're camping now at ROTHSCHILD.com/Power Trip. AFI, AM 640. From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, Soul Searching. Full pink moon tonight. It got its name because of the pink flowers of spring. Here's what's happening. Small businesses across the United States are experiencing a surge in bankruptcies, surpassing levels not seen since 2020. Conditions could become even worse as the effects from the recent banking crisis begin to matter. Addiction to your phone and its apps is leading to a new study. Dr. Eric Lim and his co-authors found addiction comes from the dopamine response that is given when using your phone, and people can become seriously hooked. Are you? People are spending more time than ever on their phones, which has now become a vicious cycle, according to the study. To build a better brain, just simply exercise. That's the message of two important new studies of how physical activity changes our mind. In one, scientists delved into the lives, DNA, cognition of thousands of people to show that regular exercise leads to much sharper thinking. Another study helped explain why exercise is good for the brain. Researchers found that just 6 minutes of strenuous exertion increased the production of a neurochemical known as the essential for lifetime brain health. Here's Christian Weil from myheartbook.com to elaborate a little further on this study. Pretty good study, Christian.
Pretty good, George. You come up with them. I swear, I don't know how you do it, but of all the benefits that have been studied for our health, being involved in regular physical exercise appears to still be one of the very best methods that we can do to reduce the risk of developing dementia or other forms of cognitive decline, such as memory loss and forgetfulness. Of all the lifestyle changes that have been studied by many world experts, you or I being involved in regular physical exercise as minimally as 20 minutes 3 times a week to begin with appears to be one of the very best things we can do to reduce our risk either now or later in life of developing cognitive decline to negatively affect our lives and our families. And as the population is surviving longer, the concern is growing and becoming more and more obvious every year that mental health is being challenged, and even limited exercise can be life-saving. Of all the hundreds of millions of dollars spent, George, trying to develop a pharmaceutical or academic solution for brain diseases, nothing has been found or developed, at least to this time, that has shown to be more effective than simple blood flow carried oxygen to the brain and to our muscles as simple exercise. Encouraging our parents to exercise is also important. Here are just a few of the reasons why. Lowering inflammation and neutralizing clotting factors. Reducing arterial plaque from forming in the heart tissue. Removing blood sugar levels and depression. Strengthening bones. And no doubt in supporting better sleep. So several studies looking at the effects of aerobic exercise to increase one's heart rate and blood flow have also been reported as improvements.
The largest and most extensive crowd comments about the unbelief appearance with that large mural of the shroud. Remember that one?
That's right, yes. It was a life-size replica that we took up and you hung it up on the stage, and during the program we lowered it down, and I was able to actually point out some of the features of the shroud on that replica.
This is one of the greatest mysteries of humankind. Tell us a little bit about the Shroud of Turin and what we know about it.
Well, let's see. Let's start by just describing it. It's a 14.5-foot long, 3.5-foot wide sheet of herringbone woven linen. It bears a lot of markings on it, including burns and scorches from a fire in 1532, but most importantly, it bears the front and back ventral and dorsal image of a scourged, beaten, crucified, spears in the side, crowned with a cap of thorns man that many people believe is the burial shroud of the historical Jesus.
Now, when they took Jesus down from the cross, he was wrapped in a shroud. We heard that.
Well, when they brought him off the cross, they would have covered his face. And, we still do that in the modern society today. When somebody passes, first thing you do is cover their face. In the case of Jesus, there was a cross placed over his face, from which I think from the cross to the tomb, which was on his head, wrapped around his head. That cloth still exists. It has blood stains and plural fluid stains on it. It's called the Sudarium of Oviedo, and it's in Oviedo stained. And of course, it's also mentioned in the New Testament as a separate cloth, a face cloth, folded and separate from the other. But it was in the tomb, which told me when I first read that passage, this is an authentic Jewish burial. Because the Jewish tradition is anything containing the blood of the decedent, not anything with blood that the deceased's blood on, has to be in the tomb with the body. And so it's even mentioned in the Gospel. And so then they would have taken out his head and then begun the preparation for the burial. But it was also Friday afternoon, and the Sabbath began at sunset. And so there wasn't time to complete the burial preparation. And the intention was for the women to come back Sunday morning and finish what they had begun. Of course, when they came back Sunday morning, the tomb was open, the body was gone. And so those burial preparations never were fully completed, at least according to the biblical scholars that I've discussed this with.
Gary, if the shroud has the image of Jesus on it, we'll get into the possibilities of what happened.
Sure.
In terms of the resurrection itself, assuming that happened, are we talking about some kind of like burst of energy or something?
Well, the image has certain properties that gives us clue as to what the mechanism might be. I do have to point out that our team, which included scientists from Los Alamos National Lab and Sandia Lab and the Jet Propulsion Lab, they excluded light and radiation as possible image formation mechanisms. But in recent years, other researchers have proposed that as a possibility. The real problem you have is this, George, that term resurrection. There's no way for science to address that scientifically. Look, resurrection is a test of faith. No one witnessed the resurrection event. We don't know the mechanism of resurrection. So science is limited. Science has to stay within the observable and the measurable, but faith has no boundaries. So people of faith can look at the shroud and believe that's the product of the resurrection, but scientifically that's not something we can actually prove or address, because the scientific method says you can't use one unknown to prove another unknown. So I've often said to people, look, if your faith tells you that's what it is, who cares what the science says? But if your faith is weak and perhaps you need the science to help strengthen it, then the shroud is there with all the scientific facts that we have about it to serve that purpose.
Barry, the church allowed a little piece of the shroud to be used for carbon dating. What was the result?
Well, the result was, I could sum it up in one word, say it was a fiasco. But basically the results came out and they said it was from 1190 to 1260, if I'm remembering the date. Or not 1190, 1260 to 1350.
And Jesus apparently was crucified 30 to 33 AD.
Correct. So when the radiocarbon dating came out, there was already evidence in the historical records that showed this cloth existed is well before the earliest dates given by the carbon-14 dating guide. The problem was, like DNA, radiocarbon dating, which, by the way, they used to try to promote that technique in the first place, radiocarbon dating, is not infallible, and a lot depends on just what sample was chosen specifically for carbon dating. Now, George, I know you've had many scientists on your show, and you know that when you're doing research on something as unique as the shroud, if you take a sample from one corner, which is what they did for the radiocarbon dating, it's only logical that you would take an additional sample somewhere far away from that area on the shroud to use as a reference to see if it matches up. And they never did that. They took one sample, they cut a strip, cut the strip in half, set aside one half, divided the other half amongst the 3 laboratories, and then for 27 years after their data was published claiming the shroud was a fake, they refused or ignored any request for the raw data.
Thank you so much.
Now,
I stream my life online 24/7 and have for more than 700 years. And I'd really like to know your opinion on how AI might be able to use all this content in the future. I essentially think that I might be able to be a human model for AI in the future, as we've never had so much content, and content is the #1 resource on Earth. But I'd really like to hear other people's opinions.
The caretaker of all the data from the 3 labs forced them to finally release the raw data. And once that raw data was released and evaluated and analyzed, it was determined that they were kind of...
That's correct, and I have for 2 years. So when I sleep, when I eat, everything.
It was supposed to be a blind study, but they all knew exactly.
I am recording this very moment.
The only one that was a herringbone woven sample, all the others were just string-like fibers. So they immediately identified it. They weren't supposed to talk to each other, but they were in constant communication. And they were supposed to do a chemical analysis based on their own protocol, which they did not do. Turns out, when that sample was analyzed, there was a kind of a successive string of dates from one end of the strip to the other, meaning there was no consistent section of that cloth that could be used to date anywhere else on the shroud. It was inhomogeneous. Now, if that sample had been the same at both ends, then the date would probably be more reliable. But because that was not the case, that sample could not be used to date anywhere else on that cloth.
I'm informing you right now. I did it as soon as I could. It was in the first sentence that I said to you.
Peer-reviewed journal articles in high-quality peer-reviewed scientific journals that dispute the radiocarbon date.
Like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago or something, and then you allowed me to speak.
Small piece that they use.
Okay, 20 minutes ago, it's definitely not been an hour, and it's definitely not anything that has been so incredible to the world that you're not allowed to share. If you read the Twitter terms and conditions, it says this is a public space, so you should treat it as that.
It turns out that sample being inhomogeneous, meaning that it was inconsistent throughout the sample, and there is one particular theory that deals with that very specifically. Joe Marino, who I believe has been on your program in the last year or so, he and his wife, Sue Benford, were able to go to 3 different textile experts who looked at photographs of the sample site that was used and determined that there was something anomalous about the sample. It appeared that it might have been rewoven or something. And if it was rewoven using a technique developed in France called invisible reweaving, which was pioneered in the French court at the same time the shroud was in France. Wow. So we believe that the anomalous nature of that sample excludes it from being a viable sample for dating the shroud. And a lot of us would like to see another carbon dating done. But remembering that carbon dating is a destructive technique, unfortunately, it doesn't look like the owner of the shroud, the current Pope of Pope Francis, is going to grant permission for any kind of scientific examination, at least not during his tenure as Pope.
And where is the shroud? The Vatican?
I know. If the shroud remains in Turin, in the northern Italy, which was the seat of power of the Savoy family, the owners of the shroud, they were the ones, Queen Umberto, who gave our team permission to examine it, not the church. The church had been the custodians of it since about 1578, but the final say that gave our team permission came from the owners, King Umberto. He passed away in 1983, and in 1985, his will was probated, and he left it not to his son, the way 500 years of family tradition called for. Instead, he left it not to the church as an institution, understanding it would take about 120 cardinals to vote on anything. Instead, he wanted it in the hands of one person, the living Pope, and that was when the will was probated. That was John Paul II, was the Pope at the time, and he became the first legal owner of the shroud outside of the Savoy family in over 500 years. Upon his passing, it became the property of Pope Benedict and now Pope Francis. So they're the legal owners, and it's up to the Pope to give permission for further scientific testing. My sources in both Rome and in Turin have told me that they don't believe this Pope is going to do so. And so everyone's hopeful that whoever his successor might be whenever that occurs might then be willing to allow further testing of the shroud. I should point out that our tests done 45 years ago in 1978 are the only time that an in-depth scientific examination of the shroud has ever been permitted.
Jerry, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and talk more about this incredible artifact.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
That's good.
I'm Bruce Evans in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Ventura County is warning people about a mail scam targeting property owners. Deceptive letters containing threats of property seizure or asset levy. Investigators say the letters come with an 800 number to call, but the letters are not issued by the county treasurer's tax collector's office. If you get one, you can call them to verify before you throw it away. Lead tags are expected to be removed soon from 3 oceanfront apartment buildings in San Clemente. Geology reports say the 3 structures are safe and residents can move back in soon. The Pentagon is investigating how secret plans related to the war in Ukraine ended up on Twitter and a platform called Telegram. The leaked data came from classified documents containing secret U.S. and NATO information. Southern weather from KFI, mostly sunny and warm today, highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 53 in Fullerton, Keel Beach at 52, Santa Monica checks in at 51, and it's 53 degrees in Pasadena. Really local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
In Western District, there is a freeway closure, 405 southbound for both of the Beach Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Cerritos, this is on the 91 westbound, that Norwalk Boulevard. Little fender bender there, taking up to the 2 right lane. You drive this much enough action to approach this area. Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 60 eastbound from Trinity to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule if you travel is to let the feel drive a destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hey, it's Team Sharp with the unfiltered truth about water softener. They don't filter your water. There's a better solution. A Life Source whole house water system. Life Source gives you filtered, delicious drinking water from every tap. No filters to change, no salt, no servicing, and now, on approved credit, own a Life Source system for as low as $75 a month with their easy payment plan. Call Life Source at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit LifeSourceWater.com. Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? Let me suggest Bob watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all.
Yep.
Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Bob's Watches, trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage
luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off Google Bob's watches and
There's no North American law, dog.
Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your land bill? KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. For topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, how could you not be happy listening to that, right? In a moment, we're going to come back with Jerry Sports. We're going to take calls with Jerry next hour as we talk about the start of the
I'm gonna fix this motherfucker off so fast.
May 27th, we are going to be at the Dallas in Oregon at our live stage show with some incredible guests, music, do it all. They've opened up 200 more seats, so take advantage of it. Full information at coasttocoastam.com in the highlight reel or in our event section. Pick up your seat and come on out. It's about 80 miles east of Portland, so I'm looking forward to it. And now if there's something for you that's filled up your music.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be productive.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking adaptive stem and immune stem?
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptive stem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptive stem and immune stem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can you make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls, because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers, with coverage to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Nori. That's consumercellular.com/Nori, and use promo code Nori for $25 off. And welcome back to Coast. George Nori with you along with Barry Sports. Barry, how did you get involved in the Shroud research?
Well, George, I was operating a photographic studio in Santa Barbara, California back in the 70s, and I had been contracted to work on a project for Los Alamos National Laboratory. They needed somebody with darkroom skills, and so I became a photographic consultant on a project about atomic bombs, actually. So I can't really talk too much about it, but needless to say, there were a lot of images of above ground. At any rate, the gentleman I worked with, John DeVan, was an imaging scientist who was a contractor at Los Alamos, and he had brought me on board to do this work. And when we finished, literally within just a few weeks, and you know when you're self-employed in the phone rings, you're hoping for the next job. So when Don called me back a few weeks later, I thought, maybe another project. And he said, well, not exactly. He said, what do you know about the Shroud of Turin? And I laughed, George, because I'm Jewish. And I said, Don, I'm Jewish. And Don laughed and said, so am I, remember? Don and most of the other Jewish guys on the team. And there was a third Jewish man, Dr. Alan Adler, who was the blood chemist that was on our team. So he explained to me that they had put a photograph of the shroud into an instrument that they had over at Sandia Laboratories, called a VPA image analyzer, and it takes a black and white camera image into the device, and it displays it on a green screen monitor, and the device allows you to take the lights and darks of the image and stretch them into vertical 3D space proportionate to each other. Normal photographs yielded jumbled, distorted results. The shroud yielded the natural relief of a human form. And so I knew almost immediately that the only way it could have happened is if there was some interaction between the cloth and the body. And but I didn't want to get involved in a religious thing. I didn't feel qualified. And so when he asked me if I wanted to join, I said no. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought about that image property, which I knew I couldn't duplicate photographically, I eventually did say yes and joined the team. And of course, I'm very grateful that I did. Became the official documenting photographer, and over the years, more or less the archivist of the work of that team. And back in '96, when I put Shroud.com onto the internet, it was an opportunity to preserve their work and put it in a place where everybody had access to it. Because, you know, back in the 80s and 90s, if you wanted to read a scientific journal, you had to have access to a university research library. The average person didn't have access to it. And I had gotten a phone call from a friend shortly after I'd become convinced by the science that the shroud had to be the real thing. And that friend told me, he said, well, you know, that shroud thing you're involved with, it's just a photo made by Leonardo da Vinci. And I laughed. I thought he was joking, but there was actually a book that came out that proposed that theory. But I asked him, where did you get your information? And he said, my wife and I were checking out at the grocery store from one of the tabloids. And it was that moment that I had this epiphany that
I had access to everything because I was on the inside. I was a member of that team, but the public didn't have it, and I wrote on the manila folder on my desk at that moment 4 words: consider building a website. That was the genesis of buildingshroud.com, and we just celebrated our 27th anniversary on the internet in January of this year.
What did you first think when you saw the shroud?
Well, I'll be honest with you, I was stupid enough to say, oh, give us 5 minutes and we'll find the paint and come home.
Yeah.
And yet within the first 10 minutes of the shroud being actually in front of us, you know, we photographers always have a 10x loop in their magnifier in their pocket somewhere. And I pulled it out and I started looking in the image areas, just to look and see if I could get any paint or pigment. And there was nothing, George. There was just some yellow fibers that were more discolored than the adjacent fibers. And it's the concentration of those fibers in any given area that gives the impression of light and dark. Much like a half-tone reproduction in a magazine. They have little dots. The darker areas have more dots closer together. The pinker areas, fewer dots further apart. And so, within 10 or 15 minutes, I already knew, even though we've just begun in our scientific test ultimately to prove this, but my eyes told me right away that wherever this was not a painting.
Is the blood real?
Well, according to Dr. Adler, who, as I mentioned, the blood chemist on our team, he found bilirubin, hemoglobin, serum albumin, all components of human blood. He believes it is. And the testing that he had available to him in 1978, although it was excellent and was state-of-the-art at the time, has been surpassed by the technology that's developed over these last 45 years. So it would be nice now to apply some of the 21st century technology to the blood to become, to be able to reach a definitive answer. You know, they talk about the blood being type AB. Again, we have testing today that wasn't available back then that would answer that question to a scientific certainty. And that's why we all hope that more testing will be allowed.
Could the blood be used to clone?
Absolutely not. And here's why. The one DNA analysis done by University of Texas Health Science Center back in '95 determined that it was male, it was human, with normal chromosomes, but the DNA segments, there were so few of them that no profile could be obtained. And with that problem, the other part of the problem is contamination. George, anyone who has handled that piece of cloth, repaired it, prayed over it, touched it, every one of our team members, including myself, we all left our DNA on it. 1978, we didn't know that we were shedding our epithelial cells and leaving a trail of our DNA wherever we went. And so we now know that the cloth has been heavily contaminated, and even worse, back in 2002, they decided to do an intervention. They removed the patches, sewed a new vacuum sheet on. They scraped away the scar and vacuumed some of the side areas. They steamed out some of the creases. And the 2 women who did the work didn't wear gloves, hairnets, masks, or any protective clothing. And so if we were to do a DNA analysis today, we find the man of the shroud is a Swiss woman.
And it's a reverse image, isn't it? Like a negative?
Yeah, and it's got one property like a photo negative. You know, today in this 21st century, in the digital era, it's getting more and more difficult to explain what a photographic negative is to people. I actually had a 10-year-old ask me if a film was a USB device. You know, George, they don't know what film is. It's hard to even find it. I mean, there are certain supply stores where you can get them, but Kodak used to make a whole wide variety of specialized films. They don't make any of that anymore. It's pretty much obsolete. So, but what we have on a photographic negative, try and make it as simple to the listener as possible. When you take a photograph, it exposes that image, the lens focuses that image onto a light-sensitive sheet on a plastic base. That's what film was. Then it was processed in the areas that were exposed to the light have density or darker, and the areas that have less light are more faint or clear. And so what you see on a photographic negative is in fact the inverse of what your eye sees. We're used to seeing light highlights and dark shadows, and on the negative it's inverted. So you have light shadows, dark highlights. When they photographed the shroud for the first time in 1898, there was no color film, just black and white film. And when he took his glass plate and he processed it and held it up to the light for the first time, he almost dropped it because he was seeing the image not as it appears on the shroud, but the inverse of that looked far more natural than what you see on the shroud. And that's because the average person isn't used to looking at a negative and seeing what's there. It's very confusing. Somebody like myself who spent several decades in the darkroom and looked at negatives 100 times a day, when I first saw the image on the shroud, I immediately said it looks like a negative to me. So what we have on the shroud is in fact the lights and darks inverted from what we're used to seeing, and when you photograph it onto a glass plate or photographic film, or even digitally now, and invert those lights and darks, you see a far more natural image, and that's the dark background light image of the shroud that I think most people in the world are familiar with.
Is it the paint? It's a fraud. It's a hoax. It's pretty damn good, isn't it?
Well, it's be real damn good because they made a painting with no paint. And look, our whole purpose in 78 was to go there and determine how the image was formed. We didn't expect that was going to be a giant mystery. We wanted to look at the paint. We had spectral characteristics of every paint and pigment known to man from medieval to modern times with us. We did spectral analysis. There is no change of pigment on that cloth responsible for the image. We also have the theory that some folks that you know said it was a metal statue that's been heated up and scorched the image onto the cloth. So we did tests for that. And in our ultraviolet fluorescence photography, all of the documented scorches from the 1532 fire on the shroud were all fluoresced in the red. And the image of the shroud didn't fluoresce at all and points to background fluorescence, telling us that the image is not the product of a high temperature event. We also were looking for any silver, because silver, which is a light-sensitive technique that would have had to be used to create a photographic-like image, and we didn't find any silver on that cloth, none. And had it been used as a liquid emulsion poured onto that cloth, it would have soaked into the cloth and you'd have found silver everywhere. So we couldn't tell you what it is, but we can tell you what it's not. It's not a painting, it's not a scorch, it's not a photograph or a rubbing, and yet we still don't know the mechanism that gets the chemistry right without the physics being wrong, or vice versa.
If it's not a burst of energy from Jesus, what can it be?
Well, George, look, we've had one set of scientific tests in its entire history, and many of those tests that we did and the data we brought back generated 1,000 new questions. We had hoped to go back and do a stroke 2, a second go-around, to answer some of the new questions raised and further the research, but that was never permitted. So, unfortunately, I don't believe we have enough data at this moment in time to exclude a natural image formation mechanism. Now, that isn't going to win me any friends with my Christian brothers and sisters, I know, because they look at it and see it as the result of the resurrection. And George, it may well be. You can't rule that out. You can't rule it out, but we can't scientifically address that. So that's why I say, if people believe on their faith that this is a product of the resurrection, then good enough. Who cares what the science says? And, it's not something science can address in any way, shape, or form that would be credible. So some things, like I said, science is obligated to stay within the observable and measurable, and faith has no boundaries.
If it's a fraud, if it's a fake, how good was the original?
Better than anybody on this planet today, and we live in the most image-oriented era of human history, period. Right now, everybody's got a camera with a computer attached to it in their pocket.
And we've got 700 years technology better than what he had.
And yet, people still want to claim that this is some kind of medieval hoax. Well, if it's a hoax, they have fooled all the scientists who have ever studied the shroud. It's not a hoax.
I mean, you can categorically rule out that this was a painting or an etching.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's not just my opinion. I'm talking about peer-reviewed journals of science that form the primary database in the scientific literature of what we know about the shroud. Remember, those are primary sources based on direct physical examination of the cloth.
So I always point to the science, particularly the papers that our team published, and said, I always tell people, if you're going to start to study the trout, start with the stuff documented, taken directly from the cloth, because everything that's come since then has either been based on our work or the photographs we made or other photographs that have made sense, but not by direct physical examination the way our team did it.
How tall is the person in the trout?
Good question. You know, there's some difficulties in doing precise measurements on the cloth, and here's why. It's a herringbone weave, which means if you pull on it, man of your exit is stretched.
We could stretch it 5-6 inches.
Absolutely. So we had to be very careful when we spread it out on the table that we examined it on, to be sure not to pull on it so we didn't distort the image. So that's one thing. The second thing is this. Unlike an artwork, where the artist will start with an outline of what he's going to draw, and then fills in the shape that was formed within it, the shrouding, because it's based on distance between cloth and body, at the peripheral, just stays out. It doesn't, there is no distinct edge. So where you begin and end your measurement is kind of hit or miss, because you might do it a little differently than the next guy does it. So doing precise measurements on the shroud for those two reasons is very difficult. We would say 5'10", 5'11". Some people have said that's too tall, but they have found the remains of first century Jews that are over 6 feet. So, you know, there is no description of Jesus in the gospel. Interestingly enough, nothing at all that the biblical scholars have been able to find. So as far as I'm concerned, he was tall, but he wasn't so extraordinarily tall that they felt the need to mention it somewhere in the gospel.
Does it show where the wound was in his side?
Absolutely. Not only does it show the side wound, but using ultraviolet fluorescence photography, what's not visible to the eye, but is visible to UV fluorescence, is a serum stain surrounding the spear wound in the side, the blood stain from that. And we can see that serum stain around some of the other blood stains on the cloth as well. And this is something that you think a medieval forger would have thought of that? I don't probably know.
What about the thorns on the head?
Well, you know, that's the other thing. You know, we've seen Christian artists throughout the centuries depicting the crown thorns as a beautiful woven little crown, a circlet around the head. If you go back to first century artistic endeavors, you'll see that whenever they depicted a Roman emperor, they used a laurel wreath around his head. And I think that the Christian artists adopted that motif of the wreath, but just changed it from laurel to thorns. The man of the shroud has wounds on his head covering his entire scalp. And let's face it, they didn't probably ask a Roman soldier to weave a pretty thorn thing to put on his head. They just smashed the thorn bush down on his head, and they've got blood stains covering his scalp, indicating that it was far more than just a circlet as has been depicted by Christian artists.
Eyes open or closed?
Closed, as far as we can tell on the shroud. I don't believe that they're open, and some people believe there's coins or something lying on the eyes. There might be. Historically, Jews did not do that for Jewish burials, but it's possible that pot shards might have been placed on the eyes that would keep the eyes closed, during the preparations. But as far as we can tell, the eyes are closed.
Barry, we're going to take a short break and come back and take phone calls with you. The lines are open. Barry Schwartz with us as we talk about the trout.
Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase one and learn for life. Rosetta Stone. A language is learned. Hello, Melinda. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for
Monday. And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now here's top reasons to visit home leaders.
It's not crazy. We are playing with money pocket money. April 9th.
Number 2.
The legendary game live in fire.
And the number 1 reason.
With a quick fundraiser and a chance to upgrade your radar. You'll earn 500 points on your reward card. September 11th.
Rolando, Stuck Card. Recently, a new client called me, started by saying, Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody. Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back. And we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm that can fight them toe to toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit ForThePeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan Morgan, support you. Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Time to do some spring cleaning to make room for all the new spiders.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, they'll be everywhere. Happy spring.
You know what you can do? Los Angeles, Orange County. Live on the iHeartRadio app. PCR. I'm Bree Kennedy. For the Campfire 24-hour newsroom, LA County Public Health has launched a Heart Hero campaign to teach PCR. Barbara Ferrer hopes to train 500,000 county residents hands-only CPR by the end of the year. This 70% of cardiac arrests happen at home. 23 national organizations are inviting you to adopt an animal this month. It's their Open Arms Challenge. They're trying to increase adoption from being foster volunteers. They're also offering grants and goodies to people who adopt pets and check out your local animal shelter. A former Motel 6 in Whittier will be turned into homeless housing. LA County bought the property in 2020 and used it as an emergency shelter during the pandemic. The building is now being refurbished and will be ready for tenants by the end of next year. 4 ducklings have been rescued from a storm drain in Riverside. The mama and her 10 babies were crossing the street when one fell into the storm drain. 3 more also fell in. Animal Control rescued the ducklings and reunited them with mama. The new IRS commissioner says they're reducing audits. Mark Mayfield has
$80 billion in funding from the Inflation Reduction Act over the next decade. The Democratic legislation aims to support the IRS with stricter rules on tax fraud, as well as teaching good service to taxpayers. He said the agency is taking a new wave of audits off the table for those who get W-2s, Social Security payments, or have a small business.
LA County is recruiting mental health workers to be part of a response team designed to help the homeless. They're offering incentives like signing bonuses, student loan forgiveness, and flexible schedules. Happy Passover, happy Ramadan, and happy Good Friday to all. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny and warm today with highs reaching the low to the 70s. Right now it's 51 in Laguna Niguel, 52 in Yorba Linda. Redondo Beach has 53 and 51 for Ontario. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennedy.
Seems like you're everything. Full freeway closures, 405 South Capitol, Full 17 Boulevard, all lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Cerrito, we have just earlier cracked up on anyone west side at Norwalk Boulevard has been cleared from lanes. Your driving is recovering in that area. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 south of Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. Freeway lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. Expect delays in that area. KFI, the guy, hope to hear about Sarah Bryan Band. You can use your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it's just life. The recent Ohio chemical disasters showed us toxic air threatens our health. The ViralRabbi is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and the chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from the recent train derailment were no match for a ViralRabbi. The single ViralRabbi unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found at the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only ViralRabbi comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit ekcure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off
off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when we take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Bob's Watches, the trusted online store to buy or sell modern vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handle. Click the link at the top to get their discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online from the watch experts in Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle. The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how you know cars inside and out. Chevrolet, check engine light on, we'll check it for free. TFON live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. TFON AM 640. TFON AM 640. TFON AM 640. It's a little bit funny. Just a little side. Don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house where you both could live. If I was a shelter, then again, no, one day, you hope no, it's not my fault, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, this one's for you. And you can tell everybody this is the song. Why do now that it's done? I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down the world. How wonderful life, but you're in the world. To talk to George Norrie, call the chart line 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. This hour
we'll take your phone calls with Gary Schwartz as we talk about the Shroud of Turin. His book is, by the way, Turin Shroud, the illustrated book that is available to you that he wrote in the year 2000. So you're ready to make a call and jump aboard. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, when the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own gold because it's something you can hold physically in your safe at your house, and now you can hold it in a retirement account. That's right. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky stock market, you can roll that over without spending an additional penny to a physical IRA and precious metal. And Birch Gold can help you own physical gold in a tax-sheltered account. We've known Birch Gold for a long time. They've been on the show several times. Simply text the word COAST to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. It's no obligation to educate yourself on how to diversify in this highly volatile market. With an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers, and countless 5-star reviews, you can trust Birch Gold to give you honest advice in protecting your savings with gold. Text COAST to 989898 and find peace of mind in gold.
Real people, real stories. So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was telling me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, are you going someplace else? I said, no, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay, and my problem on my skin went away. I had bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the carnivora, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivora. Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Use coupon code SPORTS to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back to Coast. George Doherty with Barry Schwartz. We're going to take your calls in a second here at Coast to Coast. Barry, so what's the next step, technically, for the Shroud of Turin? What can happen next?
The next thing that is kind of on the horizon is the next public exhibition of the Shroud, which is tentatively set for 2025, which is the next holy year of the Catholic Church. That was suggested by Pope John Paul II, and so everyone believes that his successor here, Pope Francis, will honor his wishes, and there will be hopefully another public exhibition of the Shroud in 2025. They don't usually announce it until about 18 months beforehand, so we're expecting to hear something official, hopefully by the end of this year, early next year.
And as you were saying earlier, with the new science technology that we have, far greater than 1978, who knows what we could come up with?
That's true. And George, I'd like to add one thing to what we said before the break. I want to share a quote from Dr. Alan Adler, the Jewish blood chemist on our team. He summed it up beautifully when he said, there is no scientific test for Christness. And I believe he was right. That there's some things that science cannot answer, and those are things that people have to look within themselves and their faith. I don't believe the answer to faith is on that shroud. I believe it's in the eyes and hearts of those who look upon it.
Enjoy the call, sir. Let's go to Jeff in Durango, Colorado to get things started. Hey, Jeffrey, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing? I trust you had the blood traders, and I hope I can make some a couple of salient comments.
Okay.
I'm an American, soldier pilot, I'm plasma physicist, and I've worked amongst the highly compartmentalized at Los Alamos National Lab.
Right.
And I am a believer, and I am a Russian Jew, and Bill,
well, meditated and prayed long and hard about this issue, which has fascinated me with the shroud over the years. And I'm also a Catholic Rite Mason. And my best salient take on describing the shroud and also with the applicable date is, as I said, as far as the Galilean rabbi, the birth, death, and resurrection, I'm an absolute believer. And I've seen much miraculous, and terrible and miraculous in my life. And I'm decorated with the combat infantryman's badge in my early service and air battle surveillance. And these are my creds, and I'll just make my comment really fast. I've been fascinated with heroic radiation that the Russians did to study acrylic photography, and believe it to be quantum entangled, and do believe that the Shroud of Turin is a burst of correlative radiation straight from quantum entangled to the Godhead. And that would explain it, would it not, Barry, if that's true?
Well, George, I'm going to be candid with you. A lot of that goes over my head. I'm not a physicist. I'm a professional photographer with a lot of experience in scientific, medical, and technical photography. But the quantum arena is far beyond my scope. And I'm one of those few people that comes on your show, George, that's smart enough to say, I don't know.
All right, definitely thank you, Suzanne. Well, if it's not a painting, if it's not a hope, and if it's not the resurrection discharge from Jesus, what else could it be?
Well, there's, like I said, we don't have enough data that excludes the natural mechanism, and there are some theories that have been proposed and that are in the past. Some of them have been tested, some of them are about to be tested, that would show that perhaps it's a chemical reaction. Now, I don't know the answer, and that's why I said I don't know a moment ago, but I do believe that there is a possibility that there is a natural explanation. But here's the thing. Even if it's a natural explanation, this is such a unique moment that this image was formed, that even if it was formed naturally, I mean, does God need to go outside the universe He created to make an image on a piece of cloth? I guess that's the question. And so I firmly believe that whether we know the answer or not, whether we find the answer or not, maybe the value of the shroud isn't so much to answer our questions, but instead to make us ask the questions, because it's led a lot of people to their faith.
Has the shroud ever been duplicated?
Well, there have been countless attempts in the last 45 and not one of them has come close to duplicating an image with the same properties that have been documented scientifically on that piece of cloth. So I just don't think that there's a simple answer to this. But if it were simple, how long do you think it would have taken our team of eminent scientists to discover paints and pigments and be done?
Pretty darn fast.
10 minutes, a half hour, I mean, we've been out of there. And that's not the case. So I think maybe a lot of the people on our team, including myself, were a little bit surprised when we came back unable to answer the one question we want to ask. We can tell you what it's not, but we don't know of a mechanism that create an image with those properties at this moment in time.
What is your gut telling you, Barry?
Because I've been a spokesman of the science, because my involvement comes from the sciences, scientific team able to examine it. My gut tells me that we don't have enough data to answer that question.
Let's go to Walt, Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hey, Walter, go ahead.
Hi, George.
Hey, Walt.
George, the carbon-14 analysis of the shroud puts it at the late 13th to early 14th century. George, that is exactly, if you've studied art, that is the pre-Renaissance Gothic period. To me, it's obvious that the shroud was produced during that period by possibly the two great pre-Renaissance painters, Giotto and Cimabue. George, it's a six-stage image. It's, George, I don't want to be irreverent, but it looks like words from the Addams Family. It's almost like a Frankenstein type image where George, later in the Renaissance, when you had Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, Titian, they depicted the human body in a much more anatomically relaxed and natural manner, as is done in the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo. As far as Barry said that it's not a painting, well, George, to me, and no pigment was used, well, George, to me, it's a blood painting. It was painted in high baby blood. George, hemoglobin is a pigment. And as far as, to me, obviously that shroud stood in the sun. It was displayed in the sun for centuries, and this probably gave rise to the previous caller said a quantum photonegative effect. Well, anything that heat takes on with age takes on a patina. And to me, this was responsible for this miraculous patina.
Well, let's see, Barry. Walt believes it is not authentic.
Well, Walt certainly is entitled to his opinion, but the peer-reviewed science states otherwise. The spectral analyses that we did was able to detect 1 part per billion of any of these things, and we had every spectral characteristics of every pigment around. As far as it being blood, we would have detected there's a dramatic difference. All the blood stains on the shroud show the peak for iron. There's iron in our blood. You can see that anywhere else on the cloth. So I can't agree with the caller.
I still back. If it's not a painting, if it's not the conclusion, it's got to be something supernatural.
Well, many people believe that, and maybe that is the answer, but we can't say that to a scientific certainty, and because I've been involved, and I learned to be meticulous because of the guys I got to work with on this team. I was overwhelmed being just a guy with a Bachelor of Arts degree amongst all these eminent scientists, and I learned to be careful and to do good science, and I have become a spokesman for that science, so I'm going to stay within that realm, and I leave the supernatural to those who want to go there. And certainly I understand that. I certainly respect that, but I do not believe that we yet have enough data to answer that question. And that chemical reaction I mentioned earlier is still a viable possibility, and some additional tests have been done recently. And you can find papers on our website that talk about that particular Maillard reaction is what it's called. And I still think that that has not yet been excluded as a possibility.
With today's technology that were tested again, what kind of conclusions could we come up with?
Well, I think we could certainly answer the question about the blood and determine whether it is in fact type AB to a scientific certainty. I think we could do more in-depth analysis both spectrally and using other imaging techniques that exist today that might prove to give us more data. But I think that basically the fundamental question, is this something manufactured or is this something that occurred naturally or supernaturally, if you will? And I don't think we can answer that question 100% right now.
And what techniques could you use back then to create the negative-looking effect?
Well, on a piece of cloth, probably the most plausible way would be to use a silver salt, a light-sensitive silver salt, and coat the cloth with an emulsion. As a matter of fact, a South African art historian actually did that. He actually soaked the cloth in a silver salt, exposed it using a camera obscura, and created an image of a statue that was hanging, or was standing in front of his camera obscura, and did a beautiful job. But if you compare his results, and by the way, there's a paper on our website that I wrote that does compare his results to the shroud, you can see that his has a clearly defined edge. You can see the directionality of the light in his photographically made image. None of that exists on the shroud. The shroud image is dramatically different than an image made photographically. And if, according to this gentleman, his technique was what was used, we would find silver permeating that cloth everywhere. We didn't find any. So I think that we've excluded these things to a scientific certainty, and the science is there, published for everybody to see.
Let's go to Gina Maria, west of the Rockies, the state of Washington. Hey, Gina, go ahead.
Hello, love and peace and healing, and God bless everyone and everywhere. I have 3 points to make. I'll be quick. And the third one is one history shot. So the Shroud of Turin apparently was, I had heard that it was repaired by nuns, I believe about in that time that you spoke of. When it was burned, it was folded, and so kind of all the 4 edges burned. And when it was repaired, and I believe that's the part that might have been tested, like you said, the thread of the repair.
It was near one of the repairs, but not actually one of the repaired areas.
The thing was, there is a girl, her name is Adriana, and with a K, Primarek. She's a famous artist. She started painting when she was 6. She started having visions of heaven when she was 4. And when she was 8, she painted pieces. She was like that, and it's called the Prince of Peace, the little boy who reached to heaven because he died, came back. Of all the paintings she was shown, he said, they kept asking him, is it Jesus? And he said, not quite right. And when he was shown that one that little girl painted, he said, that's it. So you can take a look at that painting, Prince of Peace, the Resurrection.
I'm familiar with it, yes, I've seen that.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful as eyes. Oh my God.
Yes.
And then the third thing is I once showed a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper was a negative of Jesus, that was somebody's name. You can look this up on the internet and find it and print it out, whatever, and do this. But when you look at it for, about 25 seconds, and then you close your eyes, you see the inverse of the negative, correct? Perfect image of Jesus in your third eye.
That's correct. That's called persistence of vision. It's something that the human eye and perhaps other animals, but the human eye, it's why watching a film with 24 frames going by per second, because of the persistence of vision, you don't see the separate frames, you just see continuous motion. So we've studied that, and we're familiar with that, and what that does, and I have seen this many times, if you stare at it for, like you said, for a good half minute or so, and then look even at a blank wall and blink your eyes, you'll see the inverse.
The image shows the depiction of what we have been told Jesus probably looks like. Would you agree, Barry?
Yeah, I think that there's a reason for that, and we can look at certain coinage from the 4th and 5th centuries and other artwork. It looks to me, and to many other art experts, that the shroud was the basis for the depiction of Jesus over the centuries. If you look, the first image of Jesus looking like the man of the shroud with the split ears, longer hair, is in the Colosseum Catacombs in Rome. It's about 285 AD, if I remember correctly. And before that, Jesus was always depicted either bald-headed or with a laurel wreath or crown of thorns, if you will, around his head. And so I think that, look, the shroud, they couldn't come running out of the tomb with the shroud and say, look what we found. It violates the Jewish laws. First, be buried with the body because it contains blood. And secondly, it contains an image which to this day both Jews and Muslims don't permit. So they couldn't come out and go, look, we found this. It had to be hidden away. And where was it for 250 years? We really don't know where it was. Apparently hidden away, but by about 285 AD, we start seeing depictions of Jesus looking like the man of the shroud. And many art historians believe that the shroud served as a model for those depictions.
I was going to say, what came first, pictures of Jesus or the shroud, which showed us pictures of what could be Jesus?
Yeah, I think I would have to answer the shroud.
Oh, I don't see. Well, that's pretty fascinating all by itself.
Yeah.
What happened to the shroud? Assuming there was a resurrection, the body's gone. The robe or the shroud is left in the tomb. Who gets it? Who takes it?
Well, you would think that the disciples who already understood that they were sort of outlaws and had broken many of the laws and sort of become outcasts from the Jewish tradition, they would have taken it and hidden it. And there's a couple of papers written by Aldo Zareski, an Italian photographer who lives in Turin, from Turin, and he made a replica shroud, and he took it and he rolled it up and put it into a tall clay jar and allowed some moisture to accumulate in the bottom of it. And when he was done and he pulled that out, matching almost
up and hidden in a clay jar, perhaps in a whole room full of clay jars, that and perhaps even got forgotten about for a while. And so there is evidence that at some point in its history it was stored that way, and some of the water stains on that cloth came from the condensation of moisture within those olive jars, within that olive jar. And I think if you go to our website and find his paper and read it, you'll see he makes a very good case that those particular stains on the shroud are an indication of it being stored that way at some point in its history.
Barry, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Kennedy in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County Vector Control says mosquitoes will be the next problem for SoCal. Standing water from recent rains offers fine breeding areas. Antibiotic-resistant bacteria has been found in LA County. Health officials say the superbacteria was found by a USC professor and his team at 2 wastewater facilities in LA County. They say antibiotics are completely ineffective against it. Video reportedly shows a bystander ignored dying Cash App founder Bob Lee in San Francisco. No arrests have been made. And SpaceX has had another successful launch to celebrate. A Falcon 9 rocket blasted off from Cape Canaveral at 12:30 this morning. The rocket was carrying a communications satellite. It's sunny and warm today with highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 52 in Westminster, 52 in Huntington Beach, 54 in West Hollywood, and 55 in Van Nuys. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennedy.
There is a full freeway closure. It's on the 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes 91 eastbound. We have a crash blocking that transition road. Watch for the waves as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone 62 south from Finley to Wilson Boulevard. 3 right lanes good. Just down for road work on Joe Fick. KFI of the side helps get you there faster on Brian Dam. After the indictment, the big media spin is all against President Trump. Well, there is one cable news channel that says they lead the way in the real news. That's Newsmax. Watch Newsmax for perspective that doesn't fit big media's narrative. Now, the Newsmax poll was asking Americans if the Trump indictment is for a real crime or is it just politics. And the Newsmax poll asked if you support Trump for presidency 24. You can vote right now. Just text the word turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. It takes just a minute. And tune into Newsmax with great hosts like Rob Smith, Greta Van Susteren, Eric Balling, and a lot more. Newsmax is on all major cable systems and streaming TV. So vote now in the Newsmax poll about the Trump indictment and his run for president. Text turn to 39747. Make sure your voice is heard. A life storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine, other free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a life source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lifesourcewater.com.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right. Yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
I love those security questions that I'm asking, to determine that I need. What was the name of your first best friend? No friend. What was the name of your first dog? No dog. What's your favorite band? I hate music. Bill Handel. I mean, I have a hard time filling those out.
losing calories.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I found a love for you. Darling, just dive right in and follow my lead. I found love, beautiful and sweet. For I never knew you were someone waiting for me. We were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up. Darling, listen slow. Your heart is all I know. And in your eyes, your home is mine. Dancing in the dark, with you between my arms. Barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you loved the man, I whispered underneath my breath, heard it, darling, you heard it.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Bill Phillips joins us. Soul Being tuned into spirit and awaken your inner wisdom. Get ready for that on Coast to Coast. We'll come back in a moment with Barry Schwartz and take final calls as we talk about the Shroud of Turin as well. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? Lots of people are doing it.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM. Hi, it's Teresa. I love being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics from Coast to Coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizon.
So give it a try. It's 15 cents a day. A couple ways to sign up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com, right there at the homepage, right at the top. You see where it says Insider. Sign up that way. Download our free Coast to Coast AM app to your phone, and you can sign up that way as well by clicking profiles and subscriptions. And if you live in Canada and worldwide, you now can become a Coast Insider, so take advantage of it. Now here's something for you to get some rest and be stressed.
HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus help to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus, then Accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up, use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome. I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person used to feel this. I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%. I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, and tons of therapies. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds instead of me. My family had to hear that.
Get George's Power Pack, Accelerate, and Elevate, including free gifts to Slim for daytime weight maintenance. Plus, free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, Elevate, free gifts to Slim, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price right with George's Power Pack. Order now at healthylooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a graceful night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Master X. The Master X can improve your abilities dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Master X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence in their ability to protect. You attach the Master X to your firearm and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to connect and correct your technique. The Master X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, with 94% improving within 20 minutes using the Master X. And the best part is, you can do this conveniently at home. The best in the world is dry fire practice at home, and the Master X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. And you save a ton of money and improve. Get the bearings at MasterX.com. That's MasterX.com. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fitch and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill and straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of titles. I Wagon, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggett Jr. Join them at iWaggett.com. That's iWaggett.com.
Execution's 11 p.m. But he's trying to convince us he's gone in pain. Therefore, he'll take over the next step. Edward, son of Emergency. I'm at the moment. No control. It's time to tell you what we'd like you to do. The very active it off and everything that's into the culture is better than before you.
And welcome back to Coast, your story with your Barry Schwartz. Well, the theory, we still don't know how the Egyptians made the pyramids. Will we ever figure out how the Shroud of Turin was made?
Well, George, it's a tough question to answer. If further testing is allowed, perhaps we might get a little closer to an answer. But perhaps the best thing about the Shroud is that it remains a mystery. It's what attracts people to it, not just people of faith, but people of science, people interested in history, or people just interested in something that's quite a mystery. So whether or not we ever get the answer, I'm not sure that I'll be around to see the answer, George.
I sure hope you will, but if we need you, Barry.
Well, thank you, George. I appreciate that.
Let's go to Jason in Olympia, Washington. Welcome to the show. Hi, Jake. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for taking my call, George, and God bless you and your team.
Thank you.
And yeah, 100%. And thank you so much, Barry, for all your research. For a layman here, up here in Olympia, Washington, I'm 100% behind you. What you've done as far as your research and the work is just such a blessing for us who are really looking for the truth. And my question for you is, the Shroud of Turin another representation of Jesus' presence on this planet? It's just such a fascinating topic, and we as believers, I'm one, and we do so much work trying to really find the truth, and I'm a believer and a big faith guy, and God, at some point, breaks at a point, and then you look at the data, and the data supports everything of what you're saying. Science break through at some point. And everything that you're talking about, it's huge. It's really hard for folks that just go on stage be like, hey, it's just faith. No, the data is behind it. There's hard facts there. I mean, it's representative what you're saying there with the DNA, the time stature, the PowerPoints. I mean, good Lord, you know. So I really appreciate all your work, and I just, you know, it's mind blowing that some people can't grab onto this. So I really believe what you're saying there is the truth.
Want to react to some of that, Barry?
Well, I just want to say this, that, you know, people question why me, a Jewish guy, am involved with this. Can you tell people, because I'm not a Messianic Jew, nor have I converted to anything, but I always tell people that I can accept the existence of the historical Jesus of Nazareth, and considering that his life and his influence is felt more today than it was when he was alive, I can look at that and I can accept that we have an artifact. It makes sense that someone of that stature, that his burial shroud would be preserved, and so I can accept that. But whether or not Jesus was the Messiah or the prophesied Messiah that says in the Old Testament, that's a separate question. And my involvement is about a piece of cloth, and not so much what it means to people as to what we know about it. As it says on the front page of Shroud.com, that we believe that given the facts, you have to make up your own mind about this.
Just about everybody, Barry, is convinced that Jesus lived.
Sure.
They just don't know whether he was the Son of God or not.
Exactly. That's the Jewish position, basically. Is look, I even asked the rabbi, I said, well, why is it that the Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah? And they said, well, if you read the prophecies, it says that when he comes, there'll be world peace. And obviously, there was not world peace 2,000 years ago. And Christians believe in the second coming, and that's when world peace will arrive. And so the Jews are still waiting, while the Christians are waiting for the second coming. Jews are still waiting for the first.
A lot of the Bible is pretty accurate, I would say, if not most of it. If that's the case, why fudge about the resurrection?
Well, I don't know if it's being fudged about. I just think that because I've approached this, and remember what my background is, I've approached this purely from a scientific point of view. That's an issue, as I said earlier, that we really can't address. But after said there's no scientific test for Christmas, and he was right about that. So, but the beauty of the shroud is it's there, and it's there for anybody and everybody that's interested in it. And whatever it means to each person is a personal thing, and the answer to the faith that it represents is within each person who looks at it, not on the cloth, it's in our own heart. And I believe Jesus is the one who said that, or words to the effect that the kingdom of God is within us. So I think it's incumbent upon each of us to sort of reach that conclusion for ourselves. And it's different for different people.
So to John and Lexington, Kentucky, welcome to the program. John, go ahead.
George, king of the airways, not president, king of the airways. And Tina, you're a beautiful person if you're listening. Thank you so much. George, thank you for taking my call. Barry, gosh, what a wonderful thing to be able to look at the image of the shroud that was bought by Joseph of Arimathea. And my question is, this man was with beyond recognition. It says we were filled by his trust, and through his holy blood we are cleansed. But my question is, I really think that it is possible, and I'm looking at the shroud now on Google at a vertical position, and it looks like that those nails were driven right through those carpal bones, right above the radius and the ulna, and below, it is driven through the metacarpals that was slipped on through, by the way. That's good. That carpal area is just clustered with bones, and in my opinion, that thick iron nail could have went in that area. What is your answer on that? And thank you, George, and bless you. And Cornelius, I wish you on the rapture, and God bless you all. Well, good question, and here's the thing, and again, we're on radio. I can't demonstrate visually together. And look at your hand, and you'll see that the two fleshy parts of your palm are divided by kind of a groove that runs from the wrist up into the center of the palm. That's called the thenar furrow, and that logical place to drive the nail at an angle where we only see on the trout the exit wound of the crucifixion nail in the hand, and that's where it shows it. So it's still in the palm. Some people have objected to the idea of saying, well, that goes against what it says with us. It's still in the palm of the hand. It's about an inch towards the wrist from the center of the palm, but it's still in the palm. And that is, as you pointed out, that would be a place where the nail would be driven in, and it would be very difficult to pull your hand loose, where if it were at the center of the palm, there wouldn't be much there to stop the hand from somebody being strong enough to rip their hand loose from the nail. So I agree with the caller, and I think that that's the correct answer.
Norman's in St. Louis. Take it away, Norm. Go ahead.
Hey, great show again. Yeah, I appreciate all your efforts. So I was curious. I was going to ask that question if that converted you or changed your faith or anything, but I see it didn't. But no big deal. I'm a Christian, but I was raised in a half Christian, half Jewish home. My father was Jewish, my mother was Catholic, but I guess it's the old argument. You want to argue with a woman, if you want to argue, or you want to be right, or you want to be happy. So, yeah, just for that one. But at this point, everybody's happy Passover over then, sir.
Thank you so much.
On Jesus, so something I wanted to say was, of all the humans in the history of mankind, I would have to conclude that Jesus is probably the most popular, I would say, if you asked 1,000 people if they'd heard of Jesus, 990 would know heard of him. If not all, more than that. Jesus is mentioned in the Quran, Allah, and the Prophet Muhammad are mentioned in the Bible. But that said, as far as the resurrection goes, I'd be willing to bet the national debt that one thing no one's ever going to find is the bones of Jesus.
Well, I could argue with that, and I understand your point. I agree.
Didn't they find the bones of one of Jesus' friends?
Well, they have found the remains now of two crucifixion victims. J.L. Hannon, I think, in 1963, and more recently in England, they found the remains of a crucifixion victim. They showed the nails that were driven through the side of the ankles into the center of the tip of the sightings of the cross. And so, most people look at the shrouds and say, well, it looks like it might have been 3 nails. There's still a debate amongst shroud scholars as to how many nails. And my question has always been, does it really matter what the date is,
Will we ever find the Ark of the Covenant?
Well, I always say I'm Stephen Spielberg that. I think he's the one that stabs to the lake somewhere.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Next up, let's go to Jim. You're in Delaware. Hey, Jimmy, go ahead.
Hey, George, it's perfect show. It's Good Friday here on East Coast.
Yes, it is. That's right.
Anyway, I don't know why nobody did the program in the 90s. They was actually the blood from the shroud came back with the verdict that it is female, proving God's believers that a virgin shall conceive and bear a son. That's a miracle, because a virgin can only bear a daughter. It's good.
Now, I'm not familiar with that study, so I'm not really sure what to say about it. But according to the one DNA analysis, which, by the way, was never published in a scientific journal, so it's only anecdotal at best, they determined male human normal chromosomes. There was a gentleman who claimed that Jesus would only have half the normal chromosomes. Sorry, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. And he also said he found the Ark of the Covenant, but I have seen no evidence of that. So the way I see it, there's some questions that the shroud just can't answer. And, some of these deeper questions, really, I think you have to kind of look within yourself, or perhaps speak to a priest or a minister or a rabbi and discuss it with them. My My position on this comes from examining a piece of cloth. So I'm limited to what knowledge I've gained from that piece of cloth. And I understand the Christian viewpoint and how significant this is to my Christian brothers and sisters. And so I've tried to be as respectful as I can, but I've also kept my own position, and I'm very open about that, as I have shared in this program, of where I stand, that, my beliefs are that this is a kind of an important signpost for people, but the answer to faith is more within us than it is on that cross. Let's get first-time caller Catherine in Los Angeles. Hi, Catherine.
Hello, how are you? I'm really grateful to be on the show. I thought about calling sometime and I never got through.
Well, you made it. We only got a minute and a half, but go for it.
Okay, well, let me tell you really quickly. I actually did see the cloud. It was on display in La Jolla at Fifth Institute in about 1980.
That was the replica. It wasn't the actual shroud.
Replica. It's the replica.
Okay, well, okay, baby. But I have your preliminary results of the 1978 shroud of Turin investigation. I have that. So, I wanted to say that I wanted to ask you if you heard of a man called Paul C. Ronaldo DeVille.
Not ringing a bell. Who is he, Catherine? What do you?
Okay, well, he claimed to have examined the cloud. He said it was not a double negative, but a triple negative. And he painted a picture from the cloud. He painted with his fingers, and it was just breathtaking. It was just terrible. It's something you thought you never forget. And I understand when he died, he left all his belonging to the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, and of course that was a rabbit hole, and I don't know, I wasn't able to find out what happened to that painting, but I thought it should have been displayed somewhere in a church or something.
Good point. Barry, we're out of time. I want you to give out your website.
Okay, the website is www.shroud.com. And let me quickly take this opportunity to wish all of your listeners either a blessed Easter or a joyous Passover.
Barry, I have enjoyed talking to you over the years. You've just done a remarkable job with this topic. And just thank you.
Well, thank you, George. Thanks for having me back on the program. And do me a favor, when you see Tom tomorrow, tell him I said hi.
You done it. Very short. The Trillion Shroud is the name of his book. Up next, Bill Phillips joins us. Soul Search, Coast to Coast.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
April in California Community Colleges Month, and it's time to get ready to enroll in summer or fall classes. With 116 colleges and more than 200 career education programs, you can gain skills for a new career, work towards your associate's degree or certificate, or start at your local college and transfer to a guaranteed safe spot at a four-year university. Plus, financial aid is available year-round to help with your tuition, books, supplies, and sometimes even the rent.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price was right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it to come up with money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
Spring. When your winter fat turns into spring roll.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Mosquitoes. I'm Bree Kennett in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Vector Control says mosquitoes will be the next problem for SoCal. Standing water from recent rains offers fine breeding areas.
In and around, structures and buildings, and, even a teaspoon of water caught somewhere under a bush or rain gutter or something like that can provide habitat for these mosquitoes.
GoodRx says some people are just mosquito magnets. They're actually attracted to typo blood, body temperature, and sweat. LA Public Health has launched a Heart Hero campaign to teach CPR. Barbara Ferrer hopes to train 500,000 county residents hands-only CPR by the end of the year. She says 70% of cardiac arrests happen at home. A former Motel 6 in Whittier will be turned into a homeless housing facility. LA County bought the property in 2020. They used it as an emergency shelter during the pandemic. The building is being refurbished and will be ready for tenants by the end of next year. The latest drought map of California shows more of the state is now drought-free. The U.S. Drought Monitor says reservoirs are filling up and the snowpack is high. Now officials are watching melting snow and runoff. They say flooding could be an issue as warmer weather sets in. New video reportedly shows a bystander ignoring dying Cash App founder Bob Lee. No arrests have been made. SpaceX has had another successful launch to celebrate. A Falcon 9 rocket blasted off from Cape Canaveral at 12:30 this morning. The rocket was carrying a communications satellite. The county is recruiting mental health workers to work with a response team designed to help with the homeless. They're offering incentives like signing bonuses, student loan forgiveness, and flexible schedules. And today is National Beer Day. You're welcome. Southline weather from KFI, mostly sunny and warm with highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 53 in Aliso Viejo, 52 in Orange, 54 for West Hollywood, and 51 in Northridge. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kennett.
There is a 4-3-way closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. It's Burrito, EF15. Earlier crack on the 605 northbound connector to the 91 eastbound has been cleared from lanes. Your guide is recovering in that area. And in Montebello, there is a work zone 60 south of Finley to Rosemary Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. Expect delays in that area. KFI and the Skyhook take you there faster. O'Brien Van. Hey, always being sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
Josh?
Seriously, my mosquitoes have just put the translation.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission expert at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Phil DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Phil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit, copy of the award-winning documentary, Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
You locked your cat up the street?
Yeah, right. Careful, mister.
Dexter. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where is he now? Okay.
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to charge him, call your hero coming in air. Go online at ViralRabbi.com.
Unanticipated. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. The Kelly in the Morning, Rover's One Glory, Booker and Stryker, all of the once-in-a-lifetime events. Alter Ego, all the best free series playlists. Nobody does it better. All the big podcasts for every interest. This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling and Freddie podcast. All of the mind-blowing content. $20,000 off of all your favorite superstars. We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Check them off. It doesn't cost a thing. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Go over everything. They say the time's supposed to heal you, but I never. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California, dreaming about who we used to be when we were young, and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world said I see there's such a thing as pride. It's your eyes and the meaning.
From the City of Angels, Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Lori.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. Up next, Phil Phillips joins us. His latest work is called Soul Searching. Tune into spirit and awaken your inner wisdom on Coast to Coast space. Our cell phones are something we rely on all day, every day. And whether it's staying connected to family and friends, doing business, shopping online, it's an important part of your life, isn't it? Just wireless companies know that too, because their charges are through the roof. This is why we're happy to tell you about Consumer Cellular. Remember that name. The way you can still get great coverage, and even keep your same phone and number while saving up to half on your wireless bill. Consumer Cellular makes switching easy. Their most awarded customer service team is 100% U.S.-based, and they'll bring you the highest quality of customer support. They'll tell you about flexible monthly plans that you can change up or down anytime you want, and with Consumer Cellular, you'll never be tied to a contract. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get 25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Nori. That's right. consumercellular.com/Nori. Use promo code Nori for $25 off.
The reason why I have two accounts is one of them is currently
Fun and adventure
on my
extras from
computer.
comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sundrum. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just explaining. I have one on my computer and one on my phone. And essentially, in order to watch it on the computer, I can't necessarily have both devices going on one device. Is what I'm trying to say. So basically, if I want to watch it on my computer, I need to be logged in on an account. And if I want it on my phone, I should be on an account. So that's why. Take it out, take it in. Oh, man, I got a lot going on here. Definitely. I'm sorry. I've got, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 YouTube's going. I got 7 Instagrams going, and I got people typing to me. But you guys have my full attention. How are you doing, Ayo? How are you doing? Are you keeping everybody happy? Are you making sure the orphans are all taken care of?
4 years ago, as psychic medium and the author. His latest book is called Soul Searching. His life's mission is to help people deal with the grief of losing loved ones by bringing to validation, information, and beautiful messages from spirit, which heal and bring a sense of peace. Infinite. He conducts individual, small and large group readings, has appeared on television and radio programs as well. Dr. Phil, Access Hollywood. Bill, welcome back. How have you been?
It's a great question. I definitely do not speak it out. So my earlier years were very trying, and I find that with most mediums or most healers, there's usually some kind of event that happens that sort of shakes their world. For me, that happened when I was just 5 years old. My parents both struggling with their own issues, me being, kidnapped back and forth. And long story short, my mom passed away when I was 14, and she came to me a few nights later, and my life was forever changed in that moment.
Did it scare you when she came to you originally?
It actually didn't. It was more of just a beautiful experience for me, but I didn't want to really share that with anybody because back in that time period, it was really just, not really worked in the right way. So I kept it to myself for a while, actually. I think that was the biggest obstacle for me, was just sharing my truth.
When you go public in those days about these strange things, people go, what?
Exactly. I actually was going afterwards. I was in high school. I was treated to this work, which I'm so grateful for, but it was something that definitely chose me. I did not choose it.
Good for you. Do you still see it as a hobby?
I actually do, yeah. For the past year or so, I've been taking lessons again, and I'm loving it. I find that singing is also very grounding, and it also connects me as well. So they both go hand in hand together.
Are you like both Kelly?
I love both Kelly, I love Pavalari, I love Domingo, all of them.
Now, tell me about Soul Searching.
When basically the world shut down, and I was guided to help people rise above the fear. And during that time, I was leading meditations and just really feeling guided to help put the power back in people's hands, to show them that they are their energy first, and how that really is the threshold for the creation of their life. And so that's where Soul Searching came from.
And the subtitle is important too. Tune into spirit and awaken your inner wisdom.
Exactly. Yeah. So basically, we're all in kind of walking around on this earth, receiving data, receiving information, and connecting. When you don't know that that's happening, it's subconscious for many people. And so this book really does go deep within to the different practices to show them how to tap into that inner knowing. But beyond that, though, to tap into the other side, to find their own guidance system, to stop looking for the answers outside of themselves, and to really just go within.
Where is it within the body that we Subconscious state or the conscious?
That's a great question, actually. I believe that it really is subconscious, and it's really a matter of tuning out the ego mind, the conscious self, the rational mind, because that's always going to want to interfere with our divine guidance. It's going to always want to be doubtful and fearful. So when we're able to really go within and quiet down that part of ourselves, that's when the magic begins to happen. That's when the impressions start to happen. And the more that we utilize that and sort of build our own language with our higher self, with our all-knowing self, then we can make better informed decisions. And we basically know that we're here for a short time to create our own version of heaven on earth.
Do we all have spirit guides, Bill, that help us out?
Oh, of course, we do. And a lot of the time, they can be people in our families as well. Like my mother is one of my biggest spirit guides. She's my biggest cheerleader. So it's not always just a random soul that you didn't know pre-birth. They absolutely can be those that are part of your soul group.
Well, it's Bill Phillips. His book is called Soul Searching. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com, but he's also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. You're all over the place.
Yeah, I'm very grateful. I am, this is something that really just storm and word of mouth happened and back in the day, and it just led me to some really incredible opportunities and moments, and it's just grateful to be of service.
You start your book with the chapter, The Child Within. Was that because of your influence?
Absolutely, yes. And I really do feel that, from our early age, regardless of what we're going through, that's when we're the most impressionable, right? And so that's when someone outside of ourselves is programming us or telling us what we should think and what we should feel and what we should believe. And it's not until we are, aware enough to understand what our voice is and what our opinion is, what our mind is. So the inner child, I believe, is a part of our essence, it's a part of our soul, and it all goes back down to programming. So if we're able to access that part of ourselves, we can build, we can make different decisions, we can build a dialogue within ourselves. That's a loving dialogue, that is a limitless dialogue. Many people are told when they're 4, 5, and 6 that their imaginary friend is just imaginary. So what happens is that they respect that command, and that's what becomes their reality, even though it's still dormant within them.
I had a call once many years ago of a mother who would talk about her daughter. And they moved into a house. And the daughter always used to talk about her playmates, her friends, her imaginable friends. And one day she came in and said, so we'll call her Louise, the friend. She said, Louise has told me that she died here. And the mother went, now this is getting a little weird, right? And she said, what do you mean she died here? She said, yeah, she died here, and they buried her under the floor. And she pointed to the floor. And now that was really weirded out about it. And somehow they ended up calling a contractor to tear up the floor. I don't know why they did it, but they did. And they found the bones of the little girl.
Wow. Absolutely.
That happened.
It happens more so than we realize, actually. So that's a great example about how we come into this world being very open to the other side and that true part of ourselves.
Letting go. What does that mean?
Letting go is basically about surrendering, letting go of the past, not dwelling upon it. We are sort of designed in a way to have this ego mind, which does serve us as well, but it also can make us suffer too if we give it too much power. So in letting go, we're letting go of that control that it has over us.
Forgiveness. Why is that important?
Same reason, actually. Forgiveness is what allows us to let go and to be neutral within ourselves. And we carry so much pain on our hearts for acts that haven't been forgiven. And so when we're able to forgive, we're able to release the burden and release the person who hurt us or who may have damaged us.
And what do you mean by the thought transformation?
Yeah, again, going back to how we're all creating our own lives right now, just subconsciously, I really do, and I live my life this way every day, but I really do believe that the dialogue that we're telling ourselves, even the words that we're speaking as well, are creating an energy around us, an orbit around us, and pulling more of that energy towards us. So it's really interesting, even down to the music that we listen to as well. You have to be very cognizant of what you're thinking, what you're feeling, and when you're able to change the dialogue within, that's when you see the changes around you take place.
If your words are negative, will that affect?
Yes, it does. But here's the thing, though. I find that acceptance of that is, paramount. Actually, one of the exercises in this new book is about showing you what the ego self and the spirit self looks like. So I think it's important to document, to write it out. What are these negative thoughts? What are these negative voices in your head? Acknowledge them, put them out on paper, and then take a moment to flip it around, to flip the negative. When you're able to do that, you're able to transform your energy, you're able to raise yourself up to a higher level. And that level, that sweet spot, George, is just the place that when we're there, that's when our success happens. That's when our confidence is activated. That's when our connection happens. So we all have access to it, but it does take a little bit of effort to get out of the thinking.
So some people are better than others. How come?
It's for some it's just natural, or for others maybe they didn't have as much trauma, growing up or in their childhood. Maybe they had a really good support system around them that was positive in their environment. That makes a big difference, but for many people though, they didn't have that. They had the parents, that were not giving them the validation, or the love, or they were abandoned. And those things stick with us.
And they feel good. The universe within.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just going back within, to understanding that we're energy first, and we're vibrating, right? And so when we allow our minds to conjure up in our imagination how limitless we actually are, how we are part of the fabric of the universe, there's an empowerment that happens there. It happens on a cellular level. And when we're able to go to that place, that's when we're able to really imprint around us the energy that we want to set forth in our lives. That's important too.
What is the gratitude frequency?
One of my favorite ones actually in the book, I go throughout my day, I must give my gratitude or my thank yous probably 1,000 times a day. And so what I wanted to do was create a visualization for this, something that would really inspire the reader to show them how that looks on the inside. And because I live my life energetically, I thought how beautiful than to put gold energy into this, to infuse that part of ourselves. So for every deposit of our gratitude, we're making that deposit. And those deposits add up over time. They change our frequency.
And of course, praying. That's important.
It absolutely is. We all have access to that too. And I love to begin my day with prayer, praying it forward. How can I positively affect someone throughout my day? So my intention in my prayer is always, please help me leave people better than they were before. It's all about just going back within your dialogue. And we're all here to be of service. If you're a dentist, if you're a doctor, if you're a medium or a musician, we're all here to inspire people and to heal them with our unique gifts and abilities.
Life sometimes takes strange twists. Yet you believe that loving life's challenges is important. Tell us more.
I do, yeah, I do, because it all goes back to flipping those negatives, and the thing, when we're able to see life from a higher spiritual perspective, then we're able to see that nothing is being done to us. We're here in this earth school right now. We're here to learn lessons. We're here to evolve. And so if we're able to look at our challenges in that way, it just definitely flips our awareness of it. And it allows us to operate more so from our higher self, from our all-knowing intuitive self, versus that part of ourself that doesn't want to kind of stay safe in the ego space. That's what our human side, wants for us. So it's always good to think of things from a higher perspective.
So what is a soul to you? What is it?
I believe that our soul is our essence. It's our light in this world. It's our light in this universe. And I also believe that we're all connected as one on a soul level.
The spiritual web.
The spiritual web is basically taking it one step further. So just having everyone understand that they have a system around them. I thought what came to me actually from spirit was this web concept of how we're all interconnected together. And that interconnectedness is, with the living as well, but also this carnage with our loved ones, our angels, our guides, our ascended masters, everyone that makes up the committee around us. And we are tied into that here. They're influencing us here. And so when we're able to feel that connection to that web, it takes away the illusion that we're alone, because we're never alone.
Setting intention, that's important.
I believe that our life is a big intention. And I believe that our intention is one of our biggest superpowers as well. It's very underutilized. So it just takes, a minute or less than that actually to go within and to just see what you want to achieve, to feel the feelings that you want to feel in those moments, and kind of throw them out like breadcrumbs in front of you to have that inspiration to experience that energy vibration.
So why are mantras so important?
I love mantras. This goes back to my music background as well, but I believe that there's something really, really powerful with vibration. I learned about this when I was at the conservatory as well, and utilizing the chakra system with different vowels and different sounds. And, when we're able to focus on a mantra, whether it be in Sanskrit, whether it just be a spoken word, we're giving all of our energy and all of our intention to that sound vibration. And within that vibration, we're able to manipulate the energy around us. So let's just say someone's having a bad day, they're going through a breakup or something like that. They're able to utilize the mantra to change the energy around them. And it is really powerful. I do it every day. I wish everyone
Intuition and a lesson in trust.
Again, we're all designed to be intuitive. We're all intuitive. I like to actually refer to the word as channel, even versus the word psychic or medium. We're all channels, basically, for energy. And when we trust it, just like riding the bike, trusting the swing with, we're able to lean into that feeling more, and we're able to utilize it for ourselves. And one of the stories that I give actually in that chapter is that, this is probably 7 years or so ago. I was selling a house, buying another one, and I sort of took my realtor out because I told him who was going to buy our previous house. And I had said, yes, I'm seeing a red-haired girl who's single. Her dad's going to help her buy the house. It all lined up. And then after that happened, I was able to go within and ask her, okay, please show me what I need to secure this house. And there was a bidding war with 10 other people for the property. And the number that I gave secured us the house down to the dollar. So it all goes down to trusting in the moment what you're receiving, not doubting it, not allowing that rational part of yourself to interfere.
When we come back in a moment, Bill, we'll talk about why cutting cords is important and then grief, where does that fit into this? We're with Bill Phillips. His book is called Soul Searching. His website is his name. He's up at coasttocoastam.com. And if you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, as many of you are, he's all over the place as well. We'll have post some links for you there as well. So we'll come back in a moment with Bill Phillips on Coast to Coast AM.
This daily show update right in your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Bree Kenny. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, LA County Vector Control says mosquitoes will be the next problem for SoCal. Standing water from recent rains offers prime breeding areas. Antibiotic-resistant bacteria has been found in LA County. Health officials say the superbacteria was found by a USC professor and his team at 2 wastewater facilities in LA County and say antibiotics are completely ineffective against it. Video reportedly shows a bystander ignored giant Cash App founder Bob Lee in San Francisco. No arrests have been made. And SpaceX has had another successful launch to celebrate. A Falcon 9 rocket blasted off in Cape Canaveral at 12:30 this morning. The rocket was carrying a communications satellite. Southline weather from KFI, mostly sunny today with highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 54 in Anaheim, 54 for Costa Mesa, 55 in Burbank, and 51 in Moorpark. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenny.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in West LA, this is on the 405 southbound at Santa Monica Boulevard. We have cleanup crews from an earlier patch out of the lanes and on the right shoulder. You're seeing delays in that area. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Roseville Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI and the Skyhook get you their fast Star Brian Band. Hey, Steve Sharp, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement in the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux, and call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. PSLB 100374.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join host Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, where you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
A light storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. A light storage system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a light source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Gun again, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, don't make me cry. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let it be your heart. Just song to make it better. Hey, don't be afraid. We'll make you go out and get her. Someday you let her under your skin. Then you'll be free to make it better.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Our special guest, Bill Phillips. We're going to take calls with Bill next hour. He will take questions about his psychic work. And also, he will do somewhat of readings in a limited way. All he needs from you is a specific question about your job, your relationships, and things like that you'll run with it. He prefers not to do mediums with questions, so make sure you are well aware of that. It is Rabbi and for Tom Danheiser, who's getting things ready for our Get Down the Leaf Station this weekend. Today, you head up the Whole Lifetime Digital Magazine.
I sure do, George, and we'd love to people listening to free digital copies.
Let's do it. How do you do it?
Very easy. Anyone can email me at Gina, Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
And of course, you also will take a text message to send it to people.
We sure do. You just text the word whole life, that's all one word with a W, whole life to 42828.
Simple as that. And what's the website again?
Well, the email is Gina, Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
Can they see it online at all?
They have to email me first.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along. 728 people to go to hit 159,000 signed-up members. At ParanormalDate.com.
At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I'm going to be here.
Yeah, I'm doing some of your listening.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal. It's that kind of stuff. But you seem to find one.
Oh, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Yeah, it's too much of that.
I will get that for my unique picture. What is you? Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com? What? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? Interesting. I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Aha, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looks very interesting. So you really thought
But not as intense as me and you.
even alien casing for it, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone.
If you want to improve your ability, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your marksmanship dramatically, must-have for every responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively, for example, by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence to protect. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm, a little connection, and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. What it does is it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct that technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. The 94% of them improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X, and the best part is you can use this at home. People in the best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home. And the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You save a ton of lot of money and improve yourself. Start improving by getting your Mantis at MantisX.com. Mantis, MantisX.com. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place. getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. And welcome back. George Norrie along with Bill Phillips. We're talking about his latest work called Soul by Cutting Cords.
Yeah, it's a great question. We're all connected energetically, down to the increment of even over the phone lines as well. So, we've all experienced moments before where we've either been at the grocery store on the phone with somebody and had a really just bad feeling afterwards, energetically. That's how those cords work, and they exist throughout the whole world and also, the whole universe. So we have to be aware of those cords, and we have to realize that sometimes when we're feeling a certain way, that's not, who we actually are. If we're feeling low or we're feeling depressed or something, it's not always us. We're feeling other people around us. So going back to having that awareness and being able to actually cut the cords, visualizing them being destroyed basically, that goes a long way. And it all goes back again to the intention, to the visualization. But those cords can connect to even, cables and cars and anything that has energy that's vibrating around us. So it's super important to daily clear those cords so you're not basically taking everyone's stuff with you throughout your life.
Now, what do you mean by grief is love?
Yeah, this is a good one. So I believe that grief is one of those energies that connects us all. We all go in our life, and I believe that it's the price of love. It's what we feel. It's an accumulation of so much love together in our hearts that it's overwhelming. So that grief is something that I believe is just a form of love that is supposed to break free from us.
Sometimes grief still hurts so much, though, it's very difficult to move on.
Yeah.
What do you do about it?
That's a great question as well. I think that the best thing to do is to be patient with yourself through that process and to also connect with people around as well. We all go through our own hibernation periods when we're grieving. That's just a normal cycle that we go through. But at the end of the day, to know that grief is what connects every single one of us, it helps take away that feeling of being alone or knowing that, there's been through what I have been through. And that's what connects us. And that's also what makes people want to help as well. There's always so much assistance and so much help available when someone sees someone grieving. What do they want to do? They want to be of service. They want to console them. They want to give them that love because intuitively they know that to be their truest nature.
Now you have a set of practice that you offer, cutting cords to protect your energy. What is that?
Yeah, so that's one of the exercises, and basically what it is going into meditation, calling upon Archangel Michael, but this can be different for anyone who does the exercise, though, and visualizing those cords coming from the solar plexus, and just asking for assistance in severing the cords that do not serve us or our highest good around us. So this could have been also from a, abusive partner inside still lingering in our energy core. So just to kind of be aware of it and to know that when we call upon that assistance, it's available to all of us. When we cut the cord, that's when we're all
to run away from toxic people?
It really depends on the situation. I believe in boundaries, of course, and throughout my life, I've had to see a lot of strong boundaries with people that were not of, the most positive intentions. So, running away is, I believe, sometimes imperative when the person is not wanting to save themselves or get the help that they need. If they're continuing the pattern and there's a cycle of that, there is a point where the door will close, and we have to accept that.
You're a psychic, but you also come across as a counselor. Tell me.
Really, a lot of people actually, express this comment to me, that this compassionate part of myself, and I believe, because of what I've been through throughout my life and the struggles that I've been through, the trauma, that I am the perfect person to be a messenger, because I know firsthand what it's like to grieve and to hurt and to suffer, but also how to transform that energy.
Tell me more about it.
Yeah. So, growing up, right, I was basically homeless and all over the place, and I had a lot of,
What do you mean homeless? Like really homeless?
I was really homeless, yeah. So when I was 6, my mom, we were escaping a bad situation, took me to New York. We were in hiding there for a while, and there was definitely chunks of time there where I went to the church to get food. I didn't have a home to call my own. We were
6 years old?
yeah, yeah. Exactly. So the fact that I survived that, I believe in itself is a testament that if I could survive that, anyone could survive this.
You must be incredibly tough. My God.
I always go back to this. I was protected by the light of spirit. And that's something that for me was, I didn't know what to label it as a 6-year-old or as a 7-year-old, but as the years went on, whenever I was going through something traumatic like that, I just sort of envisioned myself and felt the comfort of that light around me. And lo and behold, that light is spirit.
Tell us more about spirit, by the way. What do you think spirit is?
I believe that spirit is who you are, who I am, just the essence of our souls, basically. And we come here to learn these lessons in physical form. So we're here basically in a school, or playing a role, for lack of a better